7% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Roses are red, violets are blue. Call a giant HVAC company and they'll screw you. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Are you sick of HVAC companies coming to your house and finding 3 bogus repairs? They are lying. My grandfather started Marvin E. Cans 72 years ago and treated his customers like family. 72 years later, we're still doing the same. To schedule your winter service so you are not out in the cold, contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. That's MarvinEKanze.com.
Get ready. It's the Hester Chevrolet year-end sales event. Lease a new 2026 Chevy Trax 1RS, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, just $339 a month. Or get power and performance for $399 a month in the 2026 Silverado 1500 LT. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Cherry Hill or online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We are going to have the happiest Christmas since Bing Crosby tap danced with Danny Bleepin' Kane. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. It's the Dawn Stensland Show. My name is Jason Hammer. I am a radio host in Indianapolis. Happy to be filling in today as Dawn takes the day off today, at least from this program. And Christmas Eve in Philly, and you can tell everybody's in the holiday spirit. Even the carjackers in Kensington wearing Santa hats. True story. Okay, I totally have to give a hat tip to producer Sean on that one, because again, I'm a Hoosier. I'm a hick from Indiana, as you guys would probably say. So I asked Sean, hey, what's like the crime hotspot you guys have? And he texted me back, well, you got options, but, and we decided on Kensington for the joke. So I hope that works for you guys. Now, homicides, I guess, are down pretty good in Philadelphia year over year. And when you look at the numbers the last couple of years, it's making progress, which is good. But I want to make sure everybody is aware of how some of these numbers come down, because I come from a family of law enforcement. Policing, law enforcement, been a big part of my family for a long time. And before you say, what does this guy from Indiana know? Well, here's what we do in Indiana, specifically Indianapolis. Per capita, the homicides are higher in Indianapolis than in Philadelphia. Per capita, homicides are higher in Indianapolis than Chicago. So let that sink in. So we're dealing with a lot of crap here. And much like Philly, we've got Democrat mayor, Democrat leadership. We have a very woke prosecutor. And the way they keep the numbers down, and you always hear these guys talking about this at the holidays, right? They want to make sure everybody feels safe going out on Christmas Eve, going out on New Year's Eve. The way they keep these numbers down, 2 words, death investigation. Death investigation. Some of these deaths, which are clearly homicides, like I've got a friend that works for the police department, told me this story, came across a severed torso, okay? Appeared to be bullets in the body. But because they technically didn't know how it happened, they called it a death investigation. Now, unless this guy completely did this to himself, cut himself in half, and shot himself multiple times, I'm willing to bet that was probably a homicide. But what you're going to see, leaders from like City Hall, leader from the mayor's office, they're very adamant about calling some of these things death investigations. That keeps the homicide numbers down. Now, I'm not saying that in Philly, you guys haven't been doing a good job. Technology helps. Proper leadership. You know, if you can get just the bare minimum from your elected officials, that helps. But death investigations is how you keep homicides down. Now, this takes us to Washington, D.C. The police chief in Washington, D.C. had to resign because they were busted doctoring and fudging the crime statistics to the point to where you couldn't even say it was a death investigation. And I want you to listen to this lunatic. If you guys want to hear an absolute lunatic on Christmas Eve, this is the outgoing police chief in Washington, D.C., the final speech before she had to step down. Ladies and gentlemen, Merry Christmas.
Never would I compromise my integrity. Never would I compromise 28 years in law enforcement for a few folk who couldn't stand to be held accountable. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it again. So I'm going to the Bible when I say this to my haters. F you.
Merry Christmas from the outgoing police chief in Washington, D.C. Again, you can fudge the numbers, and every police department and mayor's office does that, but you can't go over the top, right? And that's what they got busted doing in Washington, D.C. All right, a lot of stuff going on. We're going to have fun today, okay? It's Christmas Eve. I'm a fun guy. I like to drink. I like to gamble. I like to do the things that dudes like to do. But it's also my job and my responsibility to get you up to date with some of the biggest stories of the day. And I hate this story about the nursing home explosion. I've been reading about this, and 2 people dead, at least 20 injured in that what appears to be a gas leak in that explosion at the nursing home. And again, we're going to have fun today, but most of us tonight are going to be around family, or maybe it's tomorrow. You're going to be around family. You're going to be around friends. You got somewhere to go. You're going to see people you care about. There are a lot of people in the greater Philly area that are dealing with some pain, dealing with some grief. So think about those folks. I don't know if you're the praying type. I know some people get their panties in a twist when you say thoughts and prayers. I'm a thoughts and prayers guy. I am. If you don't like thoughts and prayers, do what you want. Do not care. I'm a thoughts and prayers guy. And I feel so bad for these families that have to deal with this, man. Not that there's ever a good time to lose somebody to a just freak accident like this, but right before Christmas, too. That's a shame, man. So pray for those people. Now, let's crank up some legal stuff.
Crime, punishment, judges, legal stuff.
A rare L for Donald Trump from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court decided to block the National Guard deployment to Chicago. The justices decided that the Trump administration's emergency request to overturn a ruling by a lower level district judge that had blocked the deployment of the troops to Chicago is valid. An appeals court had also refused to step in. So the Supreme Court, they have been doing what they do best, kick the can down the road, hoping the situation kind of works itself out in the lower courts. It took like 2 months for them to act on this. But when they did act, it went sideways for the Trump administration. The 3 justices that decided to play ball, Alito, Thomas, and Gorsuch, they were the public dissensions here. But that means Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett decided to go the other direction. Now, let me ask you guys this. If you're a conservative and you live in Philadelphia, what's a bigger disappointment? Amy Coney Barrett on the Supreme Court or the Ben Simmons era with the Sixers? Choose your fighter there. Which one was filled with more hype and then loaded with more disappointment? The Ben Simmons era in Philly or the Amy Coney Barrett era on the Supreme Court? Man, I think a case could be made for either one. And let's not get it sideways here. Kavanaugh hasn't been great. For all of the support and the backing that this dude got from a lot of the conservative lawmakers, even ones that don't have a great track record of standing up for values that most of the party believe in, they thought what was happening to Kavanaugh was bullcrap. And he hasn't been rock solid. Gorsuch has been pretty good. Alito, okay. Clarence Thomas, the GOAT. But Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett have been a little soft. Amy Coney Barrett's been the worst. The only thing that keeps me from putting Kavanaugh in that category of total flameout, total bust, is that during his confirmation hearing, he talked about farting and beer a lot. And if you want to win over my cold, dark heart, go to Washington, D.C., look at the most powerful people in the country, and talk about beer and farting. And if you don't believe me, here's 30 seconds, a little montage of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh talking about beer.
Did you consume alcohol during your high school years?
Yes, we drank beer. I liked beer, still like beer. Sometimes probably had too many beers, and sometimes other people had too many beers. We drank beer. We liked beer. Beers, some beers. Beers with friends. I liked beer. I still like beer. Beer in high school. Drinking beer, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace. I drank beer with my friends.
And sadly, that's been the highlight of his time with the Supreme Court. Another big headline, the DOJ releasing more and more Epstein files. We talked about this a little bit on Monday, and I've made this perfectly clear. Until you've got proof of somebody doing horrific things with kids, I don't care about your pictures. I don't care about your files. Find out who is doing bad stuff to kids or having relations with women against their will. That's it. I don't care who's having dinner. I don't care who's in the pool. I don't. Just don't. Find out who had sex with kids. It's not that complicated. And for all of these survivors and victims that are doing the media rounds, all right, that's fine. I'm sure you've been through hell. But can you take a break from appearing with lawmakers on Capitol Hill with cameras? Can you take a little break from going on CNN and Fox and tell us one important thing? Who did it? That's all we're looking for. Did you see Mick Jagger had dinner with Epstein? I don't care. Do you have a photo of Mick Jagger with a child on his crotch? Because if you do, that'd be great, because the dinner picture doesn't do anything. Again, we mentioned this on Monday. I bet a lot of you probably have a picture with somebody that's gone to jail before. That doesn't mean you did the same things or into the same things that they are. When I was in Aruba, O.J. Simpson was still alive down there, looking for the real killers, by the way. Tons of chicks, hot college-age white chicks lining up to get a selfie with O.J. O.J. doesn't mean that they went back to their room and cut the throats off of people. That's not how it works. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Bill Clinton's coming off great in all these files being dumped. I mean, that dude, he's got his picture everywhere. But again, it shouldn't be that hard to connect the dots here. Who did bad stuff to kids? Now, I tried to get Bill Clinton to come on the program. Did not get a response. But luckily, we live in the AI era. So this is what it would sound like if Bill Clinton were asked to comment on his picture popping up all over these Epstein files.
Democrats thought they could finally get Trump with the Epstein files. But instead, all they got was pictures of you, buck naked in the jacuzzi with some girls. Aren't you afraid of being arrested?
Well, to be honest, I'm more afraid of that crazy bitch waiting for me back home. I'm not going back. That bitch killed people. She even killed Jeffrey. F*** that.
Exactly, Bill. 100% exactly right. It's Christmas Eve, so that's the heavy lifting that we're going to do today. I wanted to make sure you guys were well aware of what was going on in the world, the biggest headlines. I have now fulfilled my duty and my responsibilities as a radio host. Now let's have a little fun this afternoon, right? Let's crack open some holiday cheer. I know it's not quite 10:15 yet, but you can't drink all day if you don't start in the morning. So get that eggnog out. Put so much rum in there that even Hillary Clinton looks good here in about 15 minutes. Crank up the radio, and let's have a good time here. My name is Jason Hammer. I'm filling in for the amazing Dawn Stensland on the Dawn Stensland Show here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And when we come back, Philly, we need to have a conversation about something Indianapolis took from you, and I want you to have it back. Okay? See if you can figure out what it is. We're coming right back. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Between email addresses, social media, apps, this, that, and the other thing, I can't keep track of all my passwords anymore. I've had to write them down on a notepad and store them in a safe place. I'm tired of having to reset my password and then get the verification email and then go in and change it. And then they tell me that it's not strong enough. Can you throw a few characters on the end? How about a money sign? Oh, don't forget the capital letters. It's got to be between 8 and 12s. There's too many consonants.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Dawn Stensland here. Happy Honda Days. You've heard me talk about my family and 7 different Piazza Hondas. You can get your clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on a new Honda Ridgeline. Lease a new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or a Honda Pilot for only $399 a month, both for 36 months. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield, PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
There's still time to get the perfect gift. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton is open until 3 on Christmas Eve. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com. PhiladelphiaFi.com. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Philly, real talk for a second, okay? Because between work and the kids, look, the house is like running on Wi-Fi, and when it's slow, there's chaos. That's why we switched to Verizon Fios, and honestly, I should have done it sooner. Right now, for a limited time, you can combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. You bring your phone, you get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees, and then add Fios 300 megabits per second for just $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. And this is real, Philly. For a 100% fiber optic network, it is fast, it's reliable, it actually keeps up when everyone in the house is online at the same time. Visit your Greater Philadelphia Verizon store today and ask about this limited time Fios and mobile offer. Once you switch, you're going to wonder why you waited. For eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies for unlimited welcome. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Merry Christmas Eve, Philadelphia. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the Dawn Stensland Show. I'm Jason Hammer. Now, I do radio in Indianapolis, WIBC, Afternoon Drive, the Hammer and Nigel Show. It's my honor to be talking to you guys here in Philly. Now, there is a little thing that we need to have a conversation about, though, something that brings our cities together. Philly, you guys can come get Shane Steichen now. You guys can come get your guy. Because I know for a long time, Shane Steichen, play caller extraordinaire for your Eagles, had a lot of success, came over to coach the Indianapolis Colts, my Indianapolis Colts. And I get the quarterback situation's been a little wonky, to say the least, in Indy. It took a swing and had a colossal miss with Anthony Richardson. Okay, fine. You bring in Danny Dimes, Daniel Jones, and all of a sudden get him away from the Giants. He looks pretty good. But then he goes down with an Achilles injury. And he's out for a while. So old man Phillip Rivers comes in. And tell me you're not rooting for Phillip Rivers. I don't care if you like the Colts or not. But he's 44 and he's fat. He's one of us. One of us. One of us. How do you not like a grandpa that's 44 out there? And he played really well, especially this past Monday night game. It wasn't his fault. The Colts got their doors blown off. But Shane Steichen as a head coach has been a disaster. Great coordinator, bad head coach. I think he falls into that category. Like, some of the decisions need to be taken away from Shane Steichen. Didn't understand how overtime works earlier in the year, and the Colts kind of screwed themselves in a game against Kansas City. Still doesn't understand the concept of you probably want to have the ball to start the second half. You want that extra possession in the second half. For whatever reason, Shane still takes the ball. And the Colts even scored first on Monday night. How'd that work out for you? So you guys can come get Shane. Clock management hasn't been ideal. Nobody leaves more timeouts on the field than Shane Steichen. Nobody has more bad fourth down decision making than Shane Steichen. And when you've got a weapon like Jonathan Taylor in your backfield, I mean, you guys know what it's like. You guys have an amazing running back. You want to get him the ball. Get the ball to your best player. I'm no Vince Lombardi here, but putting the ball in the hands of your best player feels like a winning strategy. And even though Jonathan Taylor was getting all the work early in the year, he's been forgotten. So, again, you guys can come back and get Shane Steichen. This is the same speech that the United States had with Canada a number of years ago. You guys can come get Bieber now. You can come get Justin Bieber. We're done here. You can take him back. Take all the nonsense with you. If you want Shane Steichen back, be my guest. Would you like to have Chris Ballard, the general manager, as well? We'll throw him in for free. Powerball. How about this for a possible Christmas miracle tonight? $1.7 billion. 1.7 billion. So if you're taking that cash option, you're looking at around $781-ish million. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. If I can't win the money, and you can't win the money, I'm rooting for you. You know who I hope wins it? Donald Trump. Oh my God, could you imagine the reaction of Joy Reid, Joy Behar, and any other soulless succubus named Joy if the orange man won the Powerball? Oh, man. And he puts out some sort of snarky statement on social media. I didn't even need the money, but we got it. Kiss my ass. Oh, it'd be beautiful. Heads would spin around. How do you think Mika would do on Morning Joe? Assuming that the tears could come through all the Botox, I think she'd be pretty upset. So again, $1.7 billion tonight. You can't play. You can't win if you don't play. I'm bandwagon when it comes to this kind of stuff. I don't normally play the lottery, but screw it. I'm in it. Christmas miracle, right? Let's do the thing. And what you're going to see all over America, and it doesn't matter where you live, you're going to see your local news station send some young reporter out to a gas station, try to find either the biggest degenerate or biggest hillbilly they can find, and ask them about the lottery. We call it great moments in local TV reporters asking people about the lottery history.
Great moments in local TV reporters asking people about the lottery history.
I'm here with someone else who has gotten their ticket. Now, James, you bought your ticket. What are you going to do with that money if you win?
Well, I'm definitely going to get a new supercharged Mustang with dual exhaust and about 5 kilos of cocaine. And I'll be good to go.
Okay, so you like cars. You like cars.
Great moments in local TV reporters asking people about the lottery history.
Yes, sir. They're all going to say that. It doesn't matter which local TV affiliate you are. You find a degenerate, you find a hillbilly, they're going to tell you they're going to spend their money either on booze, broads, hookers, or blow. One of the four. Every time, guaranteed. According to a new report, the washing machine tops a list of the most confusing appliances to operate. The washing machine got the most votes as the most confusing appliance around the house. I guess it's all the buttons and options depending on what type of machine you got. Microwave came in second, followed by the dishwasher, and then oven and freezer. Now let's talk about the freezer because the freezer comes in at number 5. What's complicated and confusing about the freezer? You open the door, you close the door. That's how the freezer works. Who's confused by how to operate the freezer? Is everything plugged in? Did you open the door? Did you close the door? If that's too over the top, if that's too sophisticated for somebody, do us a favor and walk into oncoming traffic. If you can't figure out the intricacies of the freezer, I don't know what to tell you. The dryer, however, came in at number 6, followed by the refrigerator and coffee maker. So again, people thought the freezer was more confusing to operate than the coffee maker. That's bizarre to me. But this brings me to great moments in appliances history. That's right, there is such a thing. There is some dude, just a total hilljack, man. He's kind of gone viral for these videos where he gets his washing machine just loaded up, loaded to the gills, and plays music along with it. Here's what I'm talking about. This is some hillbilly loading up his washing machine and doing what I think is just a kick-ass version of the theme song of Smokey and the Bandit, Eastbound and Down. Take a listen.
Eastbound down, loaded up in a truck.
Come on.
We gonna do what they say can be done. We got it on. It ain't sure time to get there.
Come on.
I'm eastbound, just watch a bandit run.
Dude, that is strong. That is real strong right there. Now, not to be outdone, great moments in musical appliance history. There was a mom who was opening up her oven door, and the squeak made it sound like Usher's Yeah. Take a listen. It's the squeak. Let's go! Come on! I'm in it, man. I'm here for that. Let's go, baby. Great moments in musical appliance history. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does the world seem like it's just gone insane? I mean, bat crap, crazy, insane? I bet you think it does. Everybody seems to have lost their mind. Well, it's Christmas. I'm Eric Erickson. It's time to actually get up to 50,000 feet and look down to see the forest from the trees. What really matters? Why does it matter? And how can we process the insanity around us and use the Christmas story to do it? Listen Christmas Eve at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
A dry or quiet promotion is where you get a new title and new job responsibilities without a bump in pay. Jason Wachtel of J.W. Michaels & Company says it can be a good thing.
The more valuable you are to the client, the better job security you can have.
You should eventually have the conversation about compensation, and if your employer doesn't give you a raise, another company will.
Because they didn't take care of their star employee when they had a chance to.
I'm Rob Hart.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it. They're paying top dollar this Monday through Wednesday at TMT Cash for Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcashforgold.com.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Rolling, baby. Christmas Eve, the Dawn Stensland Show, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I'm Jason Hammer, filling in for Dawn, and I am a 2A supporter. I am a man that owns firearms. My kids, they're of legal age now. I've got a 21-year-old. I've got an 18-year-old. They have been trained on the proper way to handle a firearm. And let's take a little review here. Let's take a look back at 2025 in terms of what it meant for those who want to carry their firearm, those who do things the right way, those who legally want to exercise their constitutional rights. And joining me now, a guy who was the best 2A attorney in all of America, used to be one of the regulars on NRA TV when that was still around. He's a firearms instructor. He's a radio host. Guy Relford, known as the Gun Guy, joins me. Guy, Merry Christmas, my friend. How the hell are you?
I'm great, man. And Merry Christmas to you. Looking forward to it. It's great to join you here on your show.
So there was a new study that came out, and I want to get to the success stories of 2025 and what's on the horizon for gun owners in 2026. But I want to start with this study, and I've heard you talking about this, that just came out that showed armed citizens exercising their constitutional rights, better shots and faster to respond during a mass shooting. Been a lot of talks about mass shootings lately. Guy, walk me through this report.
Yeah, and there's actually a couple of sort of related studies that were both done by the Crime Prevention Research Center. And this is Dr. John R. Lott's organization. You may know him from the book, More Guns, Less Crime. But he did a couple of studies really looking at this issue of whether or not armed citizens really have a positive effect or a negative effect carrying guns in public. And what we hear from the anti-gun crowd, the gun control crowd all the time is, well, this idea of a good guy with a gun stopping a bad guy with a gun, that's really a fiction. That never happens. This is just a bunch of, role playing by people with macho complexes that, love to carry guns. And Dr. John R. Lott took a look at that, and one study showed that in places where private citizens are allowed to carry guns, they actually stopped the majority of mass shootings that were interrupted over the last, I believe it was 8 years. And in other words, they actually stopped more mass shootings than police did, and did so faster, resulting in fewer casualties. And a case of mine, and I represented Elijah Dicken, who's a gentleman in Greenwood, Indiana, who stopped a mass shooting in the Greenwood Park Mall. He was one of those from the time the bad guy walked into the food court of a large mall south of Indianapolis and started shooting people with the intent of killing dozens and dozens and dozens of people, and had the capacity to do so. Had a rifle with well over 100 rounds of ammunition on his person. And Eli Dicken, a person I represented through that investigation, actually stopped that shooting in 15 seconds. And 3 people lost their lives, which is horrible and a tragedy, and we never want to lose sight of that. But he saved dozens and dozens and dozens. And that's just one example. So private citizens do stop mass shootings and do so even more frequently than police do in places where they're allowed to carry guns. And even in places where they're not, overall, generally, in so-called gun-free zones. And in Greenwood, that mall was actually a place where it was posted, no guns allowed. But in Indiana, where that occurred, it's not against the law to carry where a business puts up a no-gun sign. And even in all situations, irrespective of whether guns are allowed there or not, still 40% of mass shootings that were stopped by someone were stopped by a private citizen carrying a gun. And then secondly, and this is the more recent study, it just came out, and one of the arguments we hear all the time against private citizens carrying either with a license to carry or under constitutional carry or permitless carry, which 29 states now have, which say you don't need a license or a permit to carry a handgun if you're legally able to possess a firearm. But the other argument we hear all the time is, a bunch of these untrained yahoos are going to shoot each other and shoot innocent bystanders, and it's going to be blood in the streets because these people, are not as trained and qualified to possess firearms or use firearms as police or the military. Well, it turns out, according to a more recent study, also by Dr. Lott, that comparing innocent bystanders shot by private citizens when there's a shooting in public, comparing that to police, and this is not intended to denigrate police officers in any way, it's just a point of reference, that police are actually 5.7 times more likely to shoot an innocent bystander in a public shooting than a private citizen based on statistics, again, going back several years. So, one, good guys with guns do stop mass shootings and do so very frequently, much more frequently than the press would let you believe. And secondly, there's much less collateral damage when private citizens do so. So those are both very significant and rebut a lot of the anti-gun arguments that we hear out there.
2A attorney Guy Relford joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Guy, you just rattled off a couple different reports here, and I feel like these are worth sharing. These are worth getting out to the public, because I think it would maybe help stop some of the hysteria and panic. But for whatever reason, I don't feel like the media has any interest, at least at a national level, of covering these types of stories.
No, they definitely don't. It doesn't fit the narrative. You know, guns are bad, right? That's the narrative. We need more gun control. We need fewer guns in public. That's the narrative. That's what the mass media, legacy media has bought into. Anything inconsistent with that, they just ignore or bury completely. And that's why there's been very little coverage of these kinds of findings. And even the FBI has grossly underreported, for instance, mass shootings that are interrupted by armed private citizens. And that's why I'm glad we have an organization out there like the Crime Prevention Research Center that, you know, pulls the cover off a lot of what the media would have hidden.
Guy, as we get closer and closer to a brand new year, we're going to take a look back, and then we're going to take a look ahead. So let's start with taking a look back here. 2A success stories of 2025. What was good news for those who are citizens that do things the right way when it comes to their firearms?
You know, I think the biggest thing is that the Trump administration issued some executive orders that rescinded a lot of what was going on under Biden. And for instance, the Biden administration had announced through ATF that they had a new, quote unquote, zero tolerance policy for gun stores, what we call FFLs, or federal firearms licensees. And what this was really, in my mind, a very underhanded way of trying to put as many gun stores out of business as possible. They were looking at any kind of minor bookkeeping, clerical type error and saying, oh, there you go, you didn't comply with the regulations, we're going to yank your firearms license. And in my mind, it was really sort of a backdoor attack on the Second Amendment, simply trying to put a lot of people who were trying to do things the right way, exactly to your point, and try to tag them off base at any opportunity and put them out of business. And that's been rescinded. In addition, there were regulations under Biden on whether or not you needed a firearms license. They were trying to put private citizens in jail because they were simply liquidating a private collection they may have inherited from grandpa or whatnot, and were trying to sell that, which for years and years and years has been totally legal. And under the Biden administration, they issued a bunch of regulations saying, oh, no, we'll put you in jail if you sell too many guns. And by the way, we won't tell you how many is too many. We're just going to evaluate that on a case-by-case basis and try to put people in jail for 5 years, which is the crime of being engaged in the business, quote-unquote, of selling firearms without a license. So those kinds of executive orders under Biden have been reversed. And as part of that, the Trump administration even set up a 2A advocacy office within the White House, within the executive branch, looking at ways that the administration can promote and protect Second Amendment rights, and we're going to see dividends from that. You know, another major event is that through the signing of the so-called Great Big Beautiful Bill, the $200 tax on registering suppressors, what a lot of people know as silencers, or short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns. These are regulated by the National Firearms Act of 1934, and suppressors in particular have gotten really, really popular. They're with hunters, for sport shooters, for competitors. You can protect your hearing that way. It makes you a better neighbor. Hunters love hunting with suppressors because They're not going to scare away game in the area nearly as much as with an unsuppressed firearm. They're not going to interrupt the hunting on adjacent land with other hunters. So it's become very popular. Well, the NFA that's been around, National Firearms Act, has been around since 1934, and there's a $200 tax anytime you want to buy one of these things, plus there's a registration requirement. And the Great Big Beautiful Bill did away with that $200 tax, and that actually goes into effect January 1, so just right around the corner. And a lot of people are looking forward to that. I think you're going to see suppressor sales in particular really go through the roof. I think wait times to get those things registered with the ATF may become much more lengthy, unfortunately. But people saving $200, I think that's a major event, and people are going to, I think, take advantage of that. We've also had the Supreme Court accept another Second Amendment case. Historically, they've taken very, very few. We don't have a ruling yet, but we're going to have a ruling on a couple of cases. One is the constitutionality of the law that prohibits even occasional users of marijuana from possessing a firearm. The so-called users or people that are users of or addicted to illegal drugs.
Guy, is that the biggest thing that we're going to be seeing here from the court system, or like the biggest, I guess, headline for 2026, the combination of legal marijuana and firearms?
Yeah, it's going to be marijuana and firearms in 2026, and then it's going to be Hawaii's law that forbids firearms anywhere in public unless the owner of property has given specific permission to possess a gun there. That's a law in Hawaii. That case has been accepted by the Supreme Court. So those two are the big events we're going to see in 2026.
Guy, if somebody wants to reach out to you, if they've got a 2A question, maybe they need the best damn 2A attorney in America, how can they find you?
Really, Twitter, it's easy to find. I'm at Guy Relford, Twitter or X, or the website is just relfordlaw.com, RELFORD law.com.
Guy, your beautiful bride, your family, have a great Christmas, and we'll talk to you soon, man.
Hey, same to you and yours, man. Merry Christmas. Thanks so much.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals, no more hunting down parts, no more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
At Virtua Health, we're redefining heart care.
Our Heart Rhythm team at Virtua is really working at the forefront of technology. There's constantly new advances.
Like cardiac clinical trials and breakthrough treatments for atrial fibrillation.
treating atrial fibrillation with ablation and treating it early allows for the best outcomes for our patients. We can make a meaningful difference in patients' lives.
Virtua Health, here for complex heart care, here for good. More at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Take your holiday green bean casserole from bland to brilliant with Hatfield Classic Cut Bacon. Start with your traditional casserole recipe. Then add a generous layer of crispy chopped Hatfield bacon on top. The rich, smoky flavor takes this holiday classic from side dish to showstopper. Your guests will savor the upgrade and return for seconds and even thirds. More holiday recipe inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork, better holidays.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
The Dawn Stensland Show. It's Dawn's world. I'm just trying to live in it. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I'm Jason Hammer. I was just informed the YouTube stream, rocking and rolling. So follow WPHT's official YouTube stream. Find the channel on YouTube and hammer that like button, man. Hammer that like button. Now, I don't work for this radio station. I work at another one. I'm just the fill-in dork today. But all stations are the same when it comes to this. I'm willing to bet. And producer Sean, back me up here. You guys probably have some digital department workers in the back. They're probably 20-something year old. They don't own anything. They've accomplished nothing, but yet they're always telling you how to do your job. So what I've learned, at least from my experience, is these are the people telling you, you've got to hammer the like button. You're responsible for getting all the likes on the YouTube feed. So if you're listening right now and you're able to, go to the WPHT YouTube stream, okay? Dawn Stensland Show, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Hit the like button because that helps shut up a 20-year-old. If you have worked with a 20-year-old in your office, 20-ish, 25, folks that don't have a pot to pee in but think they own everything, if you want to give them a virtual middle finger, hit the like button. Do it for my guy Sean. Do it for everybody at the station. Nothing shuts up a 20-year-old like folks coming together and doing their job. I'm just trying to help out here. All digital departments are the same. 23, 24-year-olds, they don't know their anus from a hole in the ground. And if you want to give a virtual middle finger, if you've ever worked with one of these types, do us a favor, give us a thumbs up, give us a like, leave a comment on the YouTube stream of WPHT. It is the night before Christmas. Hopefully everybody's got the shopping done. I'm not going to lie. Still got a few gift cards to buy on my way home today. Not that there's anything wrong with that. That's an easy purchase. It's not like, what's that Schwarzenegger movie, Jingle All the Way, where he's trying to go out and find the Turbo Man? Yeah, I'm not in that situation. Which, by the way, how does the wife and the kid not know that Arnold freaking Schwarzenegger is the Turbo Man at the end of the movie? I mean, it's not like that accent is something you hear all the time. But enjoy your Christmas, whatever it is you're doing. If it's Hanukkah, light that damn menorah better than anybody. If it's Festivus, air out those grievances. Whatever you're doing, do it well. Have fun tonight. Have some beverages. Enjoy the company. And if I may, I want to set the mood here just a little bit. I put together a little poem. I hope this brings families together. It's a little thing I call, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas at the DNC. Turn your radio up. Let's get into the spirit here. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the DNC, Governor Pritzker of Illinois was stress eating. He's on plate number 33.
Get in my belly!
The gifts are all wrapped with ribbons and bows. He'll hand Omar and her brother are under the mistletoe.
Oh!
More family and friends have arrived. They're all gathered in the room. Nancy Pelosi just got here. She flew in on her broom. Oh, that's not very nice. Come on. Out on the lawn, we heard such a clatter. False alarm. Wrong fat guy. It was just Jerry Nadler. But Santa would arrive with his white beard by his mouth. He brought Kamala a one-way ticket to the border so she could finally get her ass down south. Good Lord. AOC got red lipstick. Bernie, a government check. Adam Schiff got 13 scarves to cover up that big pencil neck.
Pencil neck Adam Schiff.
Santa brought new egos as the polling shows they've been bruised. He brought the Clintons new body bags because all of theirs have already been used. Santa and a guest flew off, and you could hear the sleigh bells ring. They said, "Merry Christmas to all, and to all."
You know the thing.
You know the thing. Christmas Eve in Philadelphia. Thank you so much for having me. So, is anybody excited for the Super Bowl halftime? That was like a big story a couple of months ago. Bad Bunny was announced. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know everything there is to know about Bad Bunny. Truth be told, I don't know much. But then I found out that he's going to be performing pretty much all in Spanish. And that's kind of where you lost me. Like, you can book international acts. Shakira did halftime of the Super Bowl. She's got songs in Spanish, but she performed in English. Well, now Bad Bunny's stylist has released a statement saying that the singer will, quote, not play it safe at the Super Bowl. Ooh. So I guess Bad Bunny's going to wear a dress or something. He's going to go out there, do halftime of the Super Bowl wearing a dress to honor the Puerto Rican queer icons and generations of drag and cultural rebellion. This is a story from Variety. Quote, a stylist involved in Bad Bunny's fittings reveals he loves controversy. He loves to push the envelope. He's 100% going to wear a dress. So I guess you get to look forward to that. I don't know. I mean, if your team is in the Super Bowl, do you even care? If the Eagles are in the Super Bowl, it could be a couple fat guys with banjos and kazoos out there. You're not going to care, right? You just want to win. But for the rest of us, for like Colts fans like myself, you're kind of looking for a little entertainment. I don't know if I'm going to get that with Bad Bunny. And is Turning Point USA still doing their thing? Is that still a thing? Because for a long time, people were falling for these fake AI-generated posts that said, Adam Sandler, he's doing the All-American Halftime Show. None of that crap's true. And there are people in our industry, like respected broadcasters, that fell for that crap. Totally fell for it. Come on now, you got to be better than that. But I haven't heard anything about it. I have no idea. I like Turning Point USA. I support what they're trying to do. I hope they succeed without Charlie. But I'm going to need some more information here. Because on one hand, I got Bad Bunny out here in a dress, paying tribute to all the drag queens. If you're going to promise me some sort of alternate halftime show, I'll watch it. I will. But you got to tell me who's involved. It can't just be Uncle Billy wearing overalls, playing Rocky Top on a banjo. Although, that probably would be a little bit better than anything Bad Bunny's planning to do. All right, going to take a little break here. Do not go anywhere. We are having fun today. It's Christmas Eve. This is the Dawn Stensland Show. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's a big night tonight. Food is being prepared. The fat man is coming down the chimney. But enough about Governor Pritzker. This is the Dawn Stensland Show. I'm Jason Hammer from Indianapolis. Great to be with you. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Again, looking at the YouTube chat, a lot of folks are preparing things for tonight. We got folks in the kitchen. We got folks doing some last-minute shopping. We're having fun today, right? To hang out with me, we fire some grenades at people, man. We take some shots. I'm very self-deprecating. You can rip on me all you want. I do dude humor. Like, you get a bunch of dudes together, they're going to do a couple things. They're going to talk about old athletes. They're going to talk about movie quotes. And we're going to rip on each other. That's what dudes do. So feel free. We're having fun today. And if there's ever a city that I think enjoys a good back and forth, a good little roast session, I think it's Philly, right? Fighting town of Philadelphia, PA. It's an honor to be with you guys. And again, tonight, Santa coming down the chimney. And I started thinking about this. What's your favorite movie version of Santa Claus? Movie version. You've got options. But for me, pound for pound, I'm coming to the table with Billy Bob Thornton and Bad Santa. Now, hear me out here. The scene where Billy Bob Thornton actually shows a little heart and defends the honor of the fat little nerdy kid, Thurman Merman. You know, the blonde, curly-headed fat kid? The kid was being bullied. So what does Billy Bob Thornton do? He goes to the school, finds the bully, and as a grown man, beats the hell out of him. I can't be the only one that cheered when that happened. I admit, I cheered watching a grown man beat up a punk kid. And if that makes me the bad guy, as Scarface once said, say hello to the bad guy. And then having that moment of reflection afterwards. Take a listen. This is from Bad Santa, Billy Bob Thornton, after he beat up Thurman Merman's bully.
You know, I think I've turned a corner. I beat the shit out of some kids today, but it's for a purpose. It made me feel good about myself.
You need many years of therapy. Many, many, many years of therapy.
I had to clean that clip up just a little bit, but yeah. Bad Santa, great film. Now, the sequel is trash. Oh, boy, the sequel is bad. But Bad Santa itself, great. Did anybody, and I think I already know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it out loud anyway. Anybody watch The View the other day? Please stop throwing things at your radio right now. Whoopi Goldberg. All of a sudden, she's got those big granny panties in a twist because Trump wants to pass out military checks. He calls it the warrior dividend. He talked about this in his big address to the nation last week. Whoopi Goldberg feels like he's trying to buy support from the military. Hey, if you want to hear someone stupid, listen to this.
But all Americans need help right now. Yeah. And just a handout isn't the answer. Smart policies are the answer.
What he's doing is he's thinking, if I make sure that the soldiers have what they need, they'll back me in what I want. See?
No, I don't see, you moron. Look, do you really believe, Whoopi, may I call you Whoopi, that getting a check for $17.76, that's the payout, that's the warrior dividend, a regular soldier is now bought by Donald Trump? You think our armed forces can be bought for a check for $17.76, Whoopi? That's so insulting to the people that wear the uniform. I know there are people listening right now that have either served or maybe still serving. And I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts you can't be bought for a check for $17.76. Her saying that she's concerned that it's going to bribe members of our armed forces, that's beyond insulting. And let's be honest, it's not like your average soldier gets to make the decisions on what they do. They've got supervisors. They've got bosses. There's a rank in the military. So for so many different levels, so many different reasons, that may be the dumbest thing I've heard coming out of The View in a long time. And that says something. Because on that program, things get pretty dumb pretty quick. There was a military wife that went on social media and responded to this garbage that Whoopi Goldberg had to say.
Military wife here. Let's just gloss over the part where Donald Trump is supposedly giving anybody illegal orders because a woman with no military experience who once voiced a cartoon hyena says so. To suggest that our servicemen and women would betray their country for any amount of money, much less $2,000, is disgusting and shows exactly what Whoopi Goldberg thinks of the United States military. The average enlisted service member makes $53,000 a year to go to difficult places and do hard jobs and often be separated from their families. And it is pathetic that a woman who makes $8 million a year sitting on her rear end spewing trash, who gets mad when food stamps get cut off for junk food and candy, would moan about these people getting a modest Christmas bonus and then suggest that they would be traitors who would betray their country. And why on God's green earth ABC News still lets this woman sit there opening her gob is absolutely beyond me.
First of all, the word gob doesn't get used as much as it should. And second of all, slow clap. Slow clap for that woman right there. Perfect. That was absolutely spot on. Perfect. Well said. President Trump, very happy about his battleship plan. Planning to roll out the Golden Fleet of up to, in theory, up to 25 ships as the fastest, most powerful fleets in the world. Construction, possibly, if things go well, beginning in 2030. Now, each one of these bad boys going to cost about $15 billion each. But if I understand this correctly, each one is anywhere between 30,000, 40,000 ton vessel packed with 128 missile cells, hypersonic weapons, rail guns, lasers, nuke-capable missiles. This thing is supposed to be legit. Here is President Trump talking about his big, badass battleships he wants to put out in the ocean.
As Commander-in-Chief, it's my great honor to announce that I have approved a plan for the Navy to begin the construction of two brand new, very large, the largest we've ever built, battleships. There's never been anything like these ships. These have been under design consideration for a long time. These are the best in the world. They'll be the fastest, the biggest, and by far 100 times more powerful than any battleship ever built. So if you look at the Iowa, the Missouri, Wisconsin, Alabama, and others, but they were similar. If you take the biggest one, it's 100 times more powerful.
All right. I'm good with this. Now, a lot of people are going to tell me $15 billion. We can do so much more with that money. The real reality is the military is going to spend the money regardless. They're going to spend that $15 billion per vessel here. If they don't do it on this, it's going to be on something else. You're not getting the money back. The money is not going to fix your potholes. The money is not going to pay teachers. It's earmarked for the military, and they're going to spend it. If you get money to spend, you're going to spend it. So if you're going to spend it, get me this. I want to see how the narco-terrorists react when the Golden Fleet comes up and there's a shark with a freaking laser beam attached to its head coming out, blowing it to hell. I am absolutely here for that. Now, again, I tried to pull some strings. I tried to get President Trump to come on this program. He was unavailable. It's Christmas Eve. But here to explain how all of this came to be, the next best thing, AI President Trump joining me on the hotline here in Philly. President Trump, what's up, my man?
Hammer, Merry Christmas, you fat bastard. Hey,
thank you.
Did you hear about my new battleships? I came up with the idea while playing the game. Battleship.
Sure.
What a great game.
Sure.
I used to play that with Stormy Daniels before she got really, really fat.
Oh.
You know what else is a great game? Trouble. When that pop-o-matic bubble pops, it brings me more joy than watching that fat pig Governor Pritzker inhale a line of tacos. Well, I better get going. I've got a super classy Christmas party at the White House to attend, and I still need to find where Bill Clinton hid his old mistletoe belt buckle. Merry Christmas, AI Trump, out.
Exclusively on the hotline here at WPHT, that's AI President Trump. Dateline, West Virginia. This story is awesome because I want to hang out with this guy. Some dude in West Virginia was on his front porch when he saw like a big tree falling onto a car. And the way he described it to the local news was that it's sounding like a beer can getting crushed. Now, I want you to listen to my man, Billy Tatum here. That's the guy's name. Billy Tatum. And listen to his eyewitness account of this tree coming down and tell me you wouldn't enjoy hanging out with this guy.
Sounded like a beer can getting flattened. It just was crunch. I hate to say it, it was kind of cool. I mean, what guy, doesn't like, destruction? Yeah, that's why we go to demolition derbies. But hey, bottom line, that's that poor girl's new car, and she can't get to school now.
Yes, sir. Damn right they can't get to school now, Billy. Billy Tatum. Billy Tatum of West Virginia sounds like the kind of guy that when you walk into a bar, he buys you a shot of whiskey right away. Might not even know who you are, but at some point later in the night, you're going to have to stop Billy from getting into a fight. That's the deal. That sounds like the kind of guy Billy Tatum is. And I can say this because I live in Indiana. I consider myself somewhat of a hick. There's nothing better than when local TV reporters put the camera in front of some hillbilly. It's gold. Gold, Jerry, gold. This brings us to great moments in hillbillies on the news history. There was a story from Kentucky about a car crash where some dude veered off the road, hit a mailbox or something, but there was also a massive beehive there. Take a listen to the eyewitness account.
I walked back to my house, sir, to get my phone so I could play a video game on it. And all of a sudden, I heard a big boom.
Anderson then says they ran up the road, grabbed a hose outside his home, and started trying to spray off the bees.
I told him they need to get out of that water, but say I didn't know he was getting eaten up by bees. I thought he was just high.
I want Billy Tatum and the Kentucky bee guy to travel around the country fighting crime like Batman and Robin. That's what I want. I want my man Billy Tatum from West Virginia, the beer can guy, and the water on the bees guy from Kentucky. If they don't fight crime together, I want them to run for the presidency on some sort of independent ticket. I'm willing to bet they're going to get some votes. Now, if you're asking yourself, have I heard of that Kentucky bee guy before? Maybe you have, because I always thought this guy sounded like that character on King of the Hill, Boomhauer. Let's compare and contrast, shall we?
I walked back to my house, sir, to get my phone so I could play a video game on it. And all of a sudden, I heard a big boom.
Boom, just like that.
I looked back out my door, and the electric pole fell, and the lines was falling.
I've been calling y'all people better than a month now. Grab that y'all every time and they don't go across the start yapping at y'all.
And Jill tackled sideways into the fence.
How you supposed to come out and do anything about that dog if you're just going to get a damn computer ain't going to come over here and
and all of a sudden, I heard a big boom.
Boom,
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 boom, just like that.
I'm crying. I can't tell the difference between the two. I am in tears right now. That's the same guy. There's no way that the Kentucky bee guy and whoever does the voice of Boomhauer did the voice of Boomhauer on King of the Hill aren't the same dude. Fantastic. Great moments in hillbillies on local news history. If you need a reason to drink tonight, if Christmas Eve isn't enough, how about this? Happy 50th 50th birthday to Ryan Seacrest. I know some of you are booing, but listen, I work in radio, man, and I respect the kid's hustle. I say kid, he's older than I am. I respect the hustle. He's got all the jobs. He makes the money. I'm not even mad at it. But I do have one thing on Ryan Seacrest. I never tried to give a blind guy a high five on American Idol. Remember that? Remember when he was the host of American Idol and some blind dude got the thumbs up from all the judges and he got to move on and he's doing his interview with Ryan Seacrest and Ryan puts his hand up to give a blind guy a high five. Needless to say, he kind of got left hanging. So I know the holidays are stressful. I know a lot of people are, on edge. You're worried about your finances. You're worried about your job. If you ever feel down about yourself, always remember this. At least you never tried to give a blind guy a high five on national television. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. It's the Dawn Stensland Show.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The only time I've ever lost baggage on a flight is with my golf clubs. Been 2 or 3 times. Always the golf club. Nobody can find your golf bag when you land. The thing is massive. How'd you lose it? Now I can't play.
That would be the worst, especially if it's a golf trip.
Well, yes. I've never taken specifically a golf trip. Some of these trips that I've gone on, there's been a round of golf, and I don't want to pay $100 to rent a set. Who was the airliner that used to say bags fly free? Do they still do that?
No.
That's probably 20 years old. I'm stuck in the 2004 time warp.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
At least 2 people are dead after an apparent explosion at a Bucks County nursing home in Bristol. A Delaware state trooper was shot and killed at a DMV near Wilmington. The suspected gunman was also shot and killed by a responding police officer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Each year, when the Pro Bowl selections are announced, there are surprises. Guys who are selected on past reputations and guys who are truly deserving yet left off. The biggest Eagles omission is defensive tackle Jordan Davis. This season, he came into his own. He became a truly dominant force. I can only hope that Jordan Davis next year gets the recognition he truly deserves. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Get ready. It's the Hester Chevrolet year-end sales event. Lease a new 2026 Chevy Trax 1RS, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, just $339 a month. Or get power and performance for $399 a month in the 2026 Silverado 1500 LT. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Philadelphia or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive. Hester Chevrolet!
Free speech lives here. With Dawn Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Interesting story from Breitbart about Pennsylvania. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Dawn Stensland Show. Dawn, very gracious enough to let myself and some others fill in during the holiday break here. So hat tip to Miss Dawn. God bless you. But an interesting story from Breitbart. Now, I got a pretty good relationship with the guys over there. It's a different group of leadership than from back in the day. But I still think Alex Marlowe runs a pretty tight ship over there. I like Alex a great deal. And they've got a story, and this is the headline, quote, "A rapid shift in Pennsylvania's voter registration landscape has added to the Republican Party's long-term momentum." So there's new data that was released 2 days ago that shows that the Republicans, in terms of voter registration, achieved a net gain of nearly 12,500 voter registrations over the Democrats in a single week. Now, I don't have every single week in front of me, but the numbers that dropped on the 22nd showed that 12,488 voter registrations more than the Democrats that week. Now, that gain reflects some momentum that many Pennsylvania Republicans feel like is sustainable. The Democrat advantage, which has pretty much been the case in this state for a long time, slowly starting to shrink a little bit. Now, that doesn't mean that it's gone, right? I'm not trying to fill conservatives, GOP with false hope here. But the lead is being chipped away. As of right now, Democrats hold an advantage in registration, but only by around 50,000 voters. Now, compare that to 2016. It was 916,000 voters. So 2016, in essence, almost a decade ago, 916,000 voter registration advantage. Fast forward to today, 49,258. That's a big jump. Work is being done, but still work to do if you're a Republican. Shifting gears to national stories here. And I know what you're thinking. It's not really Christmas until we hear from AOC. Well, Santa has come early for you. AOC, the socialist sweetheart, she feels like the media is not working with the Democrats. No. As a matter of fact, the media needs to be reined in.
I do think that several members of Congress in some of my discussions have brought up media literacy because that is a part of what happened here. And we're going to have to figure out how we rein in our media environment so that you can't just spew disinformation and misinformation.
Whoa. Hold on. The Democrats have a problem with the media. They feel like they have to rein in the media, which, first of all, sounds a little fascist to me, if I can use some of their vernacular here. But take that aside. Are you serious right now? Aside from the realm of talk radio and news talk radio, televised media is what, about 90% left? And it's very left. And then look at your late night talk shows. That butt sniffer Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, Seth Meyers, I put them in the category of left-leaning media. What is she talking about? Because I'm old enough to remember recently, like within the last couple of years, when the biggest stories in America were Democrat-led bullcrap that wasn't true, but that didn't stop the media from covering it. The Hunter Biden laptop story. We were told that it was a Russian plant. No, it was Hunter's. It's been proven. How about Jussie Smollett's story? Media had no idea what the truth was, but they had no problem running with the narrative that, and when you say this out loud, it's so ridiculous. 2 black guys in the middle of a polar vortex in downtown Chicago wearing MAGA hats doing a hate crime. Because, you see that all the time in the streets of downtown Chicago. Black guys wearing MAGA hats, especially in the middle of a polar vortex. Let's take a trip down memory lane and see how MSNBC and CNN covered that.
They are looking for 2 suspects who were apparently wearing Make America Great Again hats.
The offenders uttered, "This is MAGA country."
Officials are investigating the alleged assault as a hate crime.
I'm so shaken by the story. This is horrible to report. This is a horrible story. This is a horrible story.
Yeah.
Absolutely despicable. And this is America in 2019.
It wasn't real, you moron. Stop the crocodile tears. Oh, these people wear me out. These people wear me out. And you got AOC saying, well, the media, they're not with the Democrats. We're going to have to rein it in. I mean, I could talk about the Kyle Rittenhouse coverage, the Nicholas Sandmann coverage, but then the cherry on top, Russian collusion. For years, they peddled the bullcrap of Russian collusion. And how'd that turn out for you? So when AOC tells me we've got to rein in the media, what the hell more does she want? Nobody was more all in on Russia collusion than that big, fat cue ball of concern on CNN, Brian Stelter. Some call him the potato. I say he looks more like a thumb. Like if you put your thumb out and drew a little concerned face on it, it'd be that eunuch Brian Stelter. Listen to the way that he covered Russian collusion.
Trump's Russia ties and Robert Mueller. The real Russia story, Russia probe, the ongoing Russia probe, the Russia investigation. But Mueller and the Russia probe, Russia synergies, they wonder if Russia has compromising information on the president. What is the source for the president's claim that they have found no collusion with Russia? He misspelled collusion. Every day we're trying to keep track of the drip, drip, drip of the Russia investigation. Drip, 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 Trump and Russia. To see whether Trump was secretly working for Russia. To bring it back to Russia and Russia and Russia. Russia's the Russia. Robert Mueller, Special Counsel Robert Mueller investigation, Mueller report, Russia conspiracy.
Do you believe that he's colluding with Russia?
I wish I could just say no.
Remember, kids, don't forget to put your stockings out tonight and leave a copy of the Mueller report. And maybe, just maybe, Brian Stelter's big fat rear end will come down your chimney and cry in front of you. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. It's the final days of the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown. You get 0% financing for 60 months plus 0 payments for 90 days on select new models, including the popular Tucson and Santa Fe. 0% interest on the new Hyundai you've been dreaming of from the dealer you trust. Hurry to Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown during the Getaway Sales Event while you still can. PIAZZA, PiazzaHyundai.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Small, keep up. We have to deliver these gifts for the holidays.
Canella, I'm trying. It's hard to walk through the snow in heels. Did you bring everything?
Yes.
Do you have the jingle bells?
I got them right here. We also have gifts for the family. And here are the ones for your grandchildren.
Oh, hush. People are going to love the crash-proof recipes that we cooked up at Crash Proof Retirement.
Is that stocking full of coal for Wall Street?
It sure is. What a great year for helping the American retiree crash-proof their nest egg from those Scrooges.
Calm down, Small. It's the holidays, and we hope everyone is enjoying the loving company of their family and friends.
Canella, I think we're almost there. What's the address?
I thought you had it.
What was the last thing I told you before we left?
You said, "Wow, Canella, you sure look great in that big red suit."
Canella.
Look, Small, we're here.
Happy holidays!
Happy holidays from all of us at Crash Proof Retirement.
You want a roof that doesn't leak. Of course, that's a given. You need a roofing partner with the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick with their 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
participating U.S. Wendy's.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Christmas Eve on the Dawn Stensland Show. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Again, thanks to Dawn for giving me the keys to drive this amazing vehicle today. Thank you so much for hanging out here. So look, I get Philadelphia's got a bit of a quirky mayor. I do not live here, but I follow the news pretty closely. I get how you guys probably feel about your mayor. Because where I live in Indianapolis, we've got a lunatic too. But at least my lunatic can spell the word Eagles. But that's not here nor there. But I'm telling you, it could be worse. Or at the very least, a push, to use a gambling term. You could get stuck with Jacob Fry of Minneapolis. Who would you rather have? Your mayor or Jacob Fry? That little pencil neck weenie in Minneapolis. He's now facing calls to resign because he held a press conference and basically warned ICE agents they may be killed, murdered, if operations continue in the city. Now, he's trying to pivot this as, I don't want anything to happen to them. But anybody with two ears, two eyes, and a functioning brain knows exactly what he's doing here. He's trying to put fear in these ICE agents, and he's justifying future violence. Take a listen to this little needle wiener.
I am increasingly concerned because of the chaos that is being caused by these ICE agents that somebody is gonna get seriously injured or killed. Somebody is going to get seriously injured or killed. And whether that is an ICE agent or a community member, we all know the tinderbox that could explode because of it. We all know that the federal government is looking for reasons to deploy more and more people to Minneapolis and blue cities around the country. We all know that we cannot afford to lose a single Minneapolis resident because they showed up and decided to protect their neighbors, because they showed up and decided to express their constitutional right to free speech.
Free speech? What the hell are you talking about? Free speech doesn't give you the right to show up and throw Molotov cocktails at ICE agents. It doesn't give you the right to assault ICE agents and throw bottles at them. Stop with the free speech thing. And yeah, Jacob, there's a reason why so many blue cities are on the radar of President Trump. Because you can't control your people. You can't control your crime. You think it's cute. Your governor, old balls Tim Walz, thought it was fun when the riots were happening and he could smell the tire fires. Minnesota's a mess. Minneapolis specifically is a mess. And do not fall for that statement. Do not fall for the fact that he's concerned somebody might get killed. He's rooting for it. He is rooting for a death. And I know that sounds harsh, but he's already laying the groundwork when one of his quote-unquote mostly peaceful protesters has something happen to him because they've thrown a Molotov cocktail or they shot fireworks at an ICE agent and they get dealt with, he's going to play the victim card here. Don't fall for that bull crap. God bless the ICE agents that are doing the job. There's a reason why they're getting paid what they are. It's a pretty good salary. Like entry level into ICE, the money is actually pretty good. And you've got this guy, Jacob Fry, out there. It'd be a shame if something happened to the ICE agents. Oh, bullcrap. Bite me. That is so sick. So ridiculous. But that's Minnesota. That's Minneapolis. All right. Going to make the transition here to not only one of my favorite movies as a kid growing up, but the topic of our next segment. We call it character Chet, one of the great movie characters of all time. Love Chet. Got a little weird science for you. Scientists and researchers at Johns Hopkins Medical Center have what they believe is a breakthrough against Alzheimer's. And it's farting. That's right, passing of gas. Researchers at Johns Hopkins Medicine have found that hydrogen sulfide, that rotten egg-smelling chemical compound that's expelled when you float an air biscuit, when you pull an Eric Swalwell, could actually protect aging brain cells from cognitive decline and ultimately Alzheimer's. Alzheimer's is diagnosed in roughly 500,000 new patients each year in the United States. And if you believe the researchers at Johns Hopkins Medical Center, farts in their face could help fight back against Alzheimer's and cognitive decline. So here's a question for the YouTube chat. Again, if you're on the WPHT YouTube chat, if you knew a fart to the face could help fight Alzheimer's and cognitive decline, would you want your loved one to be sitting there at the medical center with somebody farting right in their face? Now, I know this isn't the most sophisticated conversation in the world, but this is science. This is based off something that Johns Hopkins Medical Center has come up with. Breaking wind and the smell that goes along with it is good for the aging process in your brain cells. So, would you want your wife, your mother, your father to sit there on the little hospital bed and some dude come up who's been drinking warm Budweiser and eating Wendy's chili to just let a couple beefers right in his face? If you knew that would help him, and it's been proven that that would help him, would you want that to happen? Jump into YouTube chat right now. Give us a thumbs up. Give us a like. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, The Dawn Stensland Show. Let me know, because I think I'd be all right with it. I think I'd be all right. I've been smelling farts my whole life. Maybe that's why I still, in somewhat decent shape cognitively. Maybe if Hunter farted a little bit more around Joe, things would have been a little bit better in the White House. I don't know. More weird science for you. Researchers have discovered that shouting expletives does a couple things good for you. It boosts physical performance and makes people push themselves harder. Now, Phillip Rivers of the Indianapolis Colts, 44-year-old quarterback back in the mix, we referenced him earlier, his version of expletives might be different than, say, mine. He's more of a dadgummit and a shoot kind of guy. If that's what you use as your expletives, good for you. But according to this new report, researchers say shouting out swear words helps boost physical performance and makes people push themselves harder. Now, as a sports guy, growing up in the era that I grew up in, this probably explains why Nick Saban's teams were always really good. Nick Saban goes pretty hard, right? But I grew up in Indiana, and we had a guy by the name of Robert Montgomery Knight. Bob Knight. And say what you want. The Generals teams were always good. The last undefeated team to win March Madness was the Bob Knight 1976 Hoosiers. A guy that won multiple national championships by being just the worst. I mean, the worst. But you know what? His players graduated, and his teams won. And if you need a little reminder of what the late, great Bob Knight was like, there's leaked audio of a halftime speech where Bob is just getting after his team. Take a listen.
I mean, if you're not going to recover Greg Graham, if you're just going to let him drive by you, if the rest of you are going to let him catch the ball outside the 3-second lane and drive all the way in here without one guy challenging him, then I'm leaving and you freaking guys will run till you can't even suffer. Now, I'm tired of this shit. I'm sick and freaking tired of an 8-10 record. I'm tired of losing to Purdue. I'm not here to freak around this week. Now, you may be, but I'm not.
Former Sixer Greg Graham getting some shrapnel in that. If you're not going to recover Greg Graham, so good. So according to the researchers, shouting expletives not only boosts physical performance, but it makes people push themselves harder. Now, I'm aware that audio was a little out there. It's Christmas Eve. You know, we got families around. Maybe there are some kids around. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take that audio that you just heard from Bob Knight, and we're going to make it more appropriate. Let's put some Christmas music behind it to make it a little bit better.
I mean, if you're not going to recover Greg Graham, if you're just going to let him drive by you, if the rest of you are going to let him catch the ball outside the 3-second lane and drive all the way in here without one guy challenging him, then I'm leaving and you freaking guys will run till you can't even suffer. Now, I'm tired of this shit. I'm sick and freaking tired of an 8-10 record. I'm tired of losing to Purdue. I'm not here to freak around this week. Now, you may be, but I'm not.
So good. It's Christmas Eve on the Don Stensland Show. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. And I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Struggling to find the perfect gift this holiday season? Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa is here to make your holiday shopping easy with an MGM Rewards gift card. Give the gift that gives the most to someone special in your life. MGM Rewards gift cards can be used at one of Borgata's delectable dining venues, to book a luxurious day at the spa, and so much more. Purchase at theborgata.com. And happy holidays from Borgata.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Anybody watch that Kennedy Center Honors thing last night? Anybody? Bueller? Anybody? I didn't think so. 1210 WPHT, the Dawn Stensland Show. I'm Jason Hammer. Thanks to Dawn for letting me have some fun with you guys today. Look, I know Trump was there, was on stage. I care nothing about the Kennedy Center Honors. Nothing at all. Unless you've got Sydney Sweeney up there doing a jump rope contest, wearing a white tank top, I do not care. You couldn't get me to watch the Kennedy Center Honors if, like, free money was shooting out of my television. Just seems like a big waste of time. It's everything that, like, conservatives would make fun of the Democrats for doing. But just because your guy is there doesn't make it any better. You know, I like George Strait. I know he was a part of it last night and some other folks. It wasn't just all liberal, butt sniffers, but I just don't care. Of all the things that I care about, the Kennedy Center Honors, very, very low on that list. According to a new survey, 88% of people say Christmas, the holidays, the most stressful time of the year. I can get that. And coming in at number one, the big reason why, money worries. All right, be honest. Whether you're in your car, you're at home, raise your hand if you've ever had to play the game of what's my checking account at Christmas time. Anybody? My hand's up. Money came in at number one. Finding the perfect gift for everybody came in at number two. Other things on the list include family events, cooking, and decorating. Decorating is interesting because my wife is like Clark Griswold. She wants all the stuff up. I mean, all the stuff. And it's constant. I want a nice Christmas tree, a little lights. Okay, that's good. She's full Griswold. And it wears me out sometimes. And I know she's in the YouTube chat. She's spewing her propaganda. Crystal Hammer, God love you. But it is a little stressful, I think. It is. Because what should be a fun activity, she makes it the most miserable experience ever. And any husband and wife, any boyfriend and girlfriend, you have those moments where something that should be fun escalates to something to where you need a break and you have to walk away from each other for just a little bit. That's what decorating the house is like. But with our house, it's not just the porch. It's not just the ceiling. It's every room in the house. It's a freaking winter wonderland. But when she's done with it, it looks great. I'm not going to lie. It looks fantastic. Now, on the subject of Christmas here, what's your favorite Christmas commercial? When I think about Christmas commercials, two come to mind. One I love, one I hate. I love the old school Corona commercial where they are whistling "Oh Christmas Tree" and the palm tree lights up. It's tropical, it's warm, kind of makes you want to be on that island at Christmas time. Now, the one that I hate is the Folgers commercial. The Folgers commercial where the brother is coming home from overseas and the sister answers the door. It's just a weird vibe between those two. Like, let's just call it what it is. It looks like the brother and the sister are about to get it on in the Folgers commercial because the guy brings her a gift. She takes the bow. She puts it on him. She says, "You're my gift this year." And they stare at each other and there's sexual tension and it's bizarre. Here's a little reminder of the Folgers commercial.
I must have the wrong house.
Sister. Oh, I missed you so much. They waited up all night for you, you know.
It's a long way from West Africa. Oh, real coffee. I brought you something from far away.
Really? Oh.
What are you doing?
You're my present this year.
And they stare at each other. Now listen, I've watched enough adult cinema in my life to know the way they're looking at each other isn't normal. Thank God the mom and the dad come down the stairs in that commercial because I think we're just a couple of minutes away from one of these two yelling "Roll Tide." The Folgers commercial was always weird to me because of the weird sexual tension between that brother and sister. And I know I'm not the only one that feels that way. Now, in regards to Christmas music, a lot of people are going to be listening to Christmas music tonight. If you're looking for the perfect gift for the millennial in your family, you know, the one that's probably always offended by something, I've got an album that I put together on my record label, Hammer Records, just for you.
This holiday season, there's only one album that is sure to not offend people. Hammer Records presents a non-offensive Millennial Christmas. You won't hear any songs, just a list of reasons why we can't have them. Like, "Baby, It's Cold Outside."
That's a date rape anthem.
"God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen."
It's anti-feminist.
"The Little Drummer Boy."
It's not gender neutral, and it's sexist towards female drummers.
"Winter Wonderland."
It totally dismisses wonderlands in tropical climates.
"Do You Hear What I Hear?"
It's insensitive to the hearing impaired.
"White Christmas."
Racist.
No music, no songs, just a list of reasons why the perpetually offended make our lives hell. And backed by popular demand, order now and we'll throw in this bonus album, an Elizabeth Warren Christmas.
Silent night.
Yeah, let's go.
Non-offensive Millennial Christmas, exclusively on Hammer Records.
America's favorite fake Indian with the bonus album right there. That's fantastic. Man, this has been a lot of fun. Thank you so much to Dawn Stensland for letting me fill in today. Thank you to the amazing staff at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Sean, my guy, took good care of us today. I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to leave you with a fun little Christmas mashup, okay? This is a Christmas song that I actually like. Little John matched up with Jingle Bells. Take a listen. Don Giordano is next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, everyone. It's Don Giordano, and recently I had the chance to sit down and chat with Marine Colonel John Church at the watch party for the Army-Navy game hosted by Navy League Philly. I wanted to learn more about the impact Navy League Philly has. Take a listen.
So, Colonel John Church, you have quite a background. Also, you worked with the Navy League in Ben Salem High School.
I did. I taught there for 5 years. Absolutely loved it. Great opportunity. Great students. Great support from the staff. I have subsequently retired, turned over to Colonel Dave Mills, and I know they're doing a great job. And we, as our Navy League, supported them financially with the donation last year, which they are very grateful to receive.
What's the focus of the Navy Wig you think that our listeners should know about that they want to support?
Sure, we're always recruiting kind of things that veterans can bring to our organization. And I'm happy to serve and very, very glad to be here.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
This Christmas, get a bonus AI Essentials course when you enroll in any My Computer Career IT program by the end of the year. That's a $3,900 value. Attend classes online or on campus. Enjoy lifetime job placement support and IT certifications in high demand. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Conditions apply to AI offer and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
All right, it is Dom time. Merry Christmas, everyone. We count down together here. Welcome in 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. You know the numbers. Just hit us with that. We have a great side question. Get your name into the hat. I want to start off with one of the real joys of this year was getting to know Scott Jennings. I just saw the guy rising at CNN, emailed him. He responded. And it's been tremendous, including driving him to the big event as he's nodding off and maybe a bit of snoring and noticing I'm driving with a left foot and a right foot, the 2-foot approach. Okay. So Jennings tweets out today, you may not remember, but every time he was on, I talked about the title of his book and how he put in how Trump saved not just the United States or fought for the United States, but Western civilization. He's got a real eye for this stuff. So Politico today, Politico Europe, Jennings sees this quote. They did a big piece saying far-right parties, meaning conservatives, are claiming the festive season as their own. What festive season? Recasting Christmas as a marker of Christian civilization that is under threat and positioning themselves as the last line of defense against a supposedly hostile secular left. And also Islamic radicals, among others, that the secular left overlooks, like Mondami. Jennings puts above his link to this, recasting Christmas as a marker of Christian civilization. What? We're not recasting anything. It always has been, and hopefully it always will be. It is a marker. It is the biggest marker of the year. That's why he wrote the title, that Trump was trying to save not just America, America first, but in essence, Western civilization. And he's tried to pump up the Brits and the French, the Germans, probably impossible. Frankfurt Airport, that's another fine for me this year. Man, that airport, let me go off on it. But recasting, we're not recasting anything. It is the marker of Western civilization. It always has been, and as I said, hopefully it always will be. Is it under fire? Of course it's under fire from 1,000 forces. But somehow or another, one of the big stories trying to assess as we head into Christmas and New Year is the surge among young people religiously. So, companion to what I just told you about Politico, here's a headline today from a left-wing outfit that monitors religion. Why Gen Z men are flocking to church. Notice they didn't say women. And we had somebody on yesterday that mentioned this. Men. And the author, a lefty, Eric Sintel, says how grievance culture, gender anxiety, and theobros are shaping young male faith. Okay? So they're saying that's why Gen Z, as a group, but particularly you're seeing more men, is flocking to religion. The Charlie Kirk phenomena as part of it. And I think that's accurate. But you see what they're trying to do. The very thing we're complaining about, they're doing when people are trying to bolster Christmas. I mean, this is much more elevated than all that stuff of years ago. You can't say Merry Christmas and all the rest. We've been through that. Bill O'Reilly believes he won that war. I'm not so sure, Bill, on that one. But now they're going after, this is not a marker. Well, first of all, you don't want to call it Christmas anyhow. It's holiday trees, holiday season. So what do you care if we think it's the marker of Western civilization? Because they're going after it. That's why. It's the holiday that is of such good spirit, gift-giving, generosity, everything else. I even have a cut from the Jackie Gleason show way back when, Ralph Cramden, breaking character and talking Christmas. Thanks, Mike Opelka, who gave me that. But it is the marker of Western civilization. All right, we're going to talk with a special guest at 12:15. Corey DeAngelis, the master of school choice, is going to break down what's happened this year and what it looks like. One of the big stories in 2026 is there is at least one Democrat governor now who's accepting the money. The governor, Polis, who's a bit of he's not a moderate, but he's smarter than the other blue state Democrats. He's accepting the big, beautiful bill money for kids to have choice and for parents to have choice about where they're going to go to school. And this is causing a lot of problems because now Josh Shapiro is going to have to decide. Now, I win either way. If Josh Shapiro decides to accept the money, which could be extensive thanks to guys like Dave McCormick, I win because these kids and parents will be free. If he doesn't, as I predict he won't accept, then I win because we are going to go after him on this second to nothing else. What kind of Scrooge would not allow parents and their kids to go to decent schools? I think that's where Josh Shapiro is going to go because of the teacher union, Matt Bradford, and a million other things. All right, so it's a season of celebration. Family, that's going to be the side question. I'll give it to you in a moment. And yet, Jennings, catching him on this, we're trying to recast it as the marker of Western civilization. Yes, it is the marker of Western civilization. And it's not just the secular left. It's guys like Mandami. It's those who want Sharia law in this country. It's those that continue to not want to assimilate. That's one of the biggest stories of 2025 going into 2026, without a doubt. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. We'll have Corey DeAngelis, then we'll take your answers. I thought today an angle I don't think we've ever done per se. You guys don't have to answer yet. You can hear it then. Give your answer after Corey DeAngelis. Is Christmas not just Western civilization? It's about families. It's about coming home for Christmas, if only in my dreams. Although we haven't done this Christmas season, and I've just listened to the previous show, we have to play Baby It's Cold Outside, one of my all-time favorites. It's lovely. It's not a rape song or anything else. It's the dance of couples. Remember the whole thing on that? It's still going on there. They all play Baby It's Cold Outside. Just a beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, there's peach schnapps or something like that involved here. We'll get to all that. All right, but it's family. So I want to go on the side question, get your name into the hat. Remember, don't just call in, blurt something out. It's all in the call. You have to develop it. Hit us with the all-time family, and there are hundreds of them, real or fictional. I have two that are fictional that I really like, that are both kind of understated but magical. One of them is a little bit, I'm trying to think, I did interview Winnie Cooper. I forget her real name, but that's the character she played. The Wonder Years is a fabulous, and even the new Wonder Years, I think, was pretty well done. And the other is Patricia Heaton, The Middle. That family, it was an understated, it was funny, she was funny, but it was also very real. So any kind of family that's fictional or real, of course, the Trump family, stuff like that, that's always out of bounds. The Holy family, out of bounds. You can't win with the Bible. You can't win with Trump. We don't get into those things. Hit us right now with that. And remember, if you've never called in before, you have some time today. It's all in the call. Now, Corey DeAngelis is really the guru of anything to do with school choice or schools. He was just yesterday on a lot of shows talking about in California, they've just ruled against California's rule that the school can hide a kid who wants to be called by different pronouns in school and or doing something else outside his biological identity. They said, no, you can't tell teachers they can't disclose that to parents. Of course, parents should know. We'll get into that and a bunch of other things, but get in early. Don't let them take the good ones. Real or fictional, 855-839.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio, 103.9 FM.
At least 2 people are dead after an apparent explosion at a Bucks County nursing home in Bristol. A Delaware State Trooper was shot and killed at a DMV near Wilmington. The suspected gunman was also shot and killed by a responding police officer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
John Ritchie here, and yeah, I'll admit it. I've already crushed a few boxes of Tasty Cakes this winter. The limited edition stuff. Those Frostbite donuts and mint chocolate candy cakes. Impossible to stop at one. Perfect for halftime, perfect for holidays, perfect for Philly, perfect for any time you need a win. Get them before they're gone, because when they are, trust me, you'll miss them. Tasty Cake, except no substitute.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. One of the all-time great guests that we just started having on in 2025, Corey DeAngelis. Corey is a PhD, visiting fellow, American Institute for Economic Research. He is a senior fellow, the Reason Foundation, nice libertarian there. National best-selling author, The Parent Revolution, which is still out there, still available. I recommend it highly. And somebody we talked to about all things schools. I told you yesterday on his Twitter, I saw that California, we had a judge rule, hey, you can't be hiding a kid transitioning or aiding and abetting that. You just can't do it. Under what guise do the parents not have supremacy over this? Let's go to Corey DeAngelis here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Corey, Merry Christmas, special Christmas Eve when we have you. Thanks for joining us. Okay, a little issue here. All right. Hey, Corey, Merry Christmas. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Merry Christmas. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Thanks, Corey. So, Corey, yesterday, following your Twitter, we see that California, a judge, commonsensically has ruled, and this is California, it's not the red state, that you cannot aid and abet transitioning or what appears to be transitioning, hiding that from the parents. What can you tell us about it?
Yeah, this is a huge win. This is from December 22nd, so just a couple days ago, and it's the Mirabelli versus Olson case out of California. There were some conservative school districts in California a couple of years ago that were passing policies for transparency. So basically what they said is if there's a gender transitioning happening behind the backs of parents, that can't happen. You have to be open and honest with parents. You got to have that open line of communication and tell them if something's going on. If their child wants to go by a different name at school, if Brian wants to go by Brianna at school, you got to tell the parents about these things. And in their infinite wisdom, the California Democrats at the state level, their Attorney General, Rob Bonta, and their governor, of course, Gavin Newsom, they didn't like this, that there was some local control going on, that school districts were saying, well, let's have parents be part of the conversation. So they ruled at the state level in their legislature, after filing lawsuits as well against these local school districts, they put legislation in to mandate that teachers keep secrets from parents. I mean, this is totally unconstitutional. It thankfully went to this district court in California, and we won the other day, where the judge ruled that there was a trifecta of harm here. One, obviously, there's harm being done to the child. They don't know what's going on. They're being confused at this very young age, and they're having secrets being kept from their adults in their lives. Their parents should be the most trusted people in their lives, and they're having the school system wedge themselves between the relationship between the child and parents. So these kids might need mental health services at a very young age to start to figure these things out. So that's the first piece of harm there being done to the child. The second piece of harm that the judge ruled was that this is obvious harm being done to parents. This is their children, not the government's. So you're taking people's children away. And then three, the third arm of harm happening when you keep secrets from parents is that you're forcing teachers to go against their values, to go out of their way to keep secrets from parents. So this is great news. It only applies to California for now, but it's great precedent being set all across the country for other cases to be heard and ruled in the same way if, God forbid, there's secrets being kept in other states as well. It's crazy that this has been going on this long in California itself. But I will say, Dom, this is a great step in the right direction, but we also need school choice as another piece of the solution, too, because why should you have to go to a court to try to figure all this stuff out as a parent? Maybe you just want to say, hey, California's spending $20,000 a kid. Why can't I take that $20,000 to send my kid to a private school that I trust, that's aligned with my values, that's not going behind my back? Why can't I just homeschool my kid? Why can't I keep my property tax money and stop sending it to the government for a school I don't want to use that's trying to keep secrets from me? So school choice needs to be the next step in the fight to truly secure parental rights. This is an obvious win in the courts, but we need leverage on the part of the parents too.
I can tell you love laying out that word, the trifecta, because I've heard it yesterday from you doing the podcast and today. So, yes, a trifecta here, Corey. You mentioned 20 grand California. Pennsylvania is now up to 23 plus. And Pennsylvania had one of the biggest school choice stories because of the prominence of the governor. And in 2026, I would argue he is going to be a focal point, at least for me, and you're pretty savvy to Pennsylvania as the ultimate swing state. We're talking about in the big, beautiful bill, this money would not be taken from the public schools, where we're spending even more this year in Pennsylvania. It's essentially free money from the taxpayers for school choice. And Governor Polis, who's a Democrat, might run for president, might be their VP choice. He has signed off that he's going to use that money.
Yeah, look, we just heard from the U.S. Treasury. So Christmas came early this year, and now it's Christmas Eve. But we found out the other day that the Treasury announced that starting on January 1st, states can officially opt in to Trump's new nationwide school choice program that passed part of the big, beautiful bill. A lot of people didn't see this. It kind of went under the radar. People were looking at the other tax breaks and stuff that were happening. But now individual state governors have the choice, regardless of what their legislature says, whether the House or Senate want to do it in the state. The governor, the decision is squarely in their hands to opt their states into the new federal school choice program. What does it do? It's a federal tax credit. So any family, regardless of whether your governor opts in or not, can donate to these scholarships, and you can get a $1,700 tax credit for doing so, but you can only benefit from those scholarships. Kids can only receive those scholarships in your state if your governor opts in. So we've had 5 red state governors say, we're going to do it already, even though January 1st hasn't come around, including Texas and Tennessee and some other Republican governors that already said they're going to do it. 3 Democrat governors kind of had a knee-jerk reaction with Trump derangement syndrome and said, oh, no, we're not going to do it. That was Oregon, Wisconsin, and one other. And then, Jared Polis, he is the first Democrat to say, you know what, it would make no sense. I would be shooting myself in the foot if I didn't opt in, because it would allow my constituents, if I don't opt in, they'd be subsidizing scholarships in red states like Texas and Florida, who are my political opponents. Why would I allow that to happen? So Jared Polis made a smart decision, even though he's made a lot of teachers union-aligned decisions in the past. He saw the writing on the wall here and said, this is a smart political decision. We're going to expand school choice. We're not taking money from the public schools, and it's a federal tax credit. It's a win-win solution. I thought Josh Shapiro was going to be first on, because Josh Shapiro pretended he supported school choice when he was running for governor back in 2022.
That's right.
He told everybody he supports lifeline scholarships, and now all of a sudden he can't blame the legislature anymore, which is what he did in the past, to try to have his cake and eat it too. But now the decision is in the hands of Josh Shapiro, and he can't blame the majority leader in the House anymore.
I'm counting down the seconds on this, as you can tell. It's one of my avocations to follow this guy way back to when he was right near Philadelphia, Corey. We jousted. I was doing overnights. He was just running for office. That's, I don't know how many years ago, but every move he makes, this guy's dangerous. Corey, to that point, too, I looked it up. Yesterday we were talking about this. It's about 69,000 people who applied for these scholarships in Pennsylvania. There was not enough money. They're unfilled. They're on a waiting list. And I bet others gave up because they were told about that. There's probably another, 150,000, 200,000 potential in Pennsylvania who do want to do this.
That's exactly right. I mean, when Louisiana first opened their school choice program just the other year, they had 6% of their entire school-age population immediately apply. Wow. You look at places like North Carolina, right when they opened the floodgates, 50,000 people on a wait list. Arizona, they broke the government website. They they went from 10,000 to 100,000 kids once they opened the applications up to everyone in the state. So Texas, my home state, we're probably going to have over 200,000 people on a waiting list after looking at kind of the application rates in other states. So Pennsylvania, you're right. When people see a waiting list, they kind of get discouraged. And so that's not a true measure of the demand of how many people actually want the program, because if they see there's already 20,000 people on the waiting list, they kind of get discouraged, right? And they figure, well, I'm going to have to wait until that wait list is cleared until I can get the opportunity too. And so this is another reason why Pennsylvania should opt in. It's only allowing more money to flow into the state, could be even coming from other states. If they don't opt in, let's say Gavin Newsom doesn't opt in and Josh Shapiro does, well, you can start getting that money even from California residents, because for the taxpayer, I mean, this is a no-brainer too, because you can donate to $1,700. You're getting not just a tax benefit, you're getting a dollar-for-dollar tax credit, meaning you're no financially worse off, and you get the choice of where to send your own money, either to the government or to scholarships. And so whether that $1,700 going to a kid to go to get a better education, or whether it's going to go down the drain to the DMV or some other federal program that just flushes it down the toilet, it is a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. So that's a big win for the donor, but it's, the bigger win is obviously for the kid getting that, a lifetime of better opportunities and a life out of poverty and getting a better school.
Absolutely. We're talking with Corey DeAngelis, and his book, Parent Revolution, so popular, the cover was captured frame by frame by Randy Weingarten in her book on fascism. You're living rent-free in her head.
That's right. I don't know if she's trying to call me a fascist or what. My book is called The Parent Revolution. The word parent is in red, and in her book, the title, the only word in red is fascist. So is she calling parents fascist? It kind of seems to be the case, because parents threaten the unions more than anything else, because they're kind of playing tug of war with each other over their children. And look, parents are going to win because it's their kids. You don't mess with a mama bear or papa bear. And the teachers unions, they don't even really represent teachers really well, because the money's not going to the classroom. It's going towards the administrators. Mm-hmm. It's going towards the superintendents making way too much money for doing nothing, for failing kids year after year. And so I'd like to tell teachers they should opt out of the union as soon as they can and join alternatives like the Teacher Freedom Alliance. They can do it for free now. How about you send the union a Christmas gift by opting out this year, joining Teacher Freedom Alliance, getting that liability protection insurance for free from them. And Randy Weingarten, who makes over $500,000 a year, she's the Grinch basically, and she won't be very happy about that.
Absolutely. Tell us the Parent Revolution too. Give us the thesis and what you go through in the book, Corey.
Yeah, I mean, I talk about all the wins. We're winning so much, I'm almost getting tired of winning. And the unions overplayed their hand during COVID. They closed the schools, and they woke up parents like we've never seen before. And Donald Trump, the president, actually endorsed the book. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth endorsed it as well. You can get it on Amazon now. It's about 45% off. Get it while it's hot. Christmas special. It's called The Parent Revolution. It'll give you a lot of optimism. Look, we've had a lot of victories. 18 states going all in on school choice in the past 4 years alone. Milton Friedman's idea of having the money follow the child is finally coming to fruition right before our eyes, and it's people like Randy Weingarten's fault. I mean, it's her own fault for showing families during the school closures that they were focused more on politics than education. They're focused more on the LGBTs than the ABCs. They're just so entrenched in their injecting politics into the classroom. And most parents, even Democrats, are like, you know what, maybe I just want my kid to learn how to read and write and do math. And, if there's these other topics that are sensitive, maybe I want to teach that at home. So this isn't just it's not a conservative versus liberal issue. It's more of a parent versus, communist issue. You have these people who think that they own your kids when they really don't. And the Parent Revolution tells the story of how the parents finally said enough and started winning. They made their voices heard at the school board meetings, at the ballot box as well. And some politicians are saying, you know what, if we want to keep our jobs, we better listen to those parents.
Absolutely. Corey, thank you. I don't know how you can squeeze so many of these things into one person, but want to find the relationship with you in 2025. And again, big stuff, 2026. Where do we follow you on Twitter, Corey?
Yeah, you can follow me on X. It's at DeAngelis Corey. You can get the Parent Revolution basically anywhere. Yeah, check it out.
Corey, Merry Christmas. Thank you so much, as always.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Good talking to you. Merry Christmas.
Corey DeAngelis here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. You can give me your reaction to that. And again, this is one of the big stories of the big, beautiful bill, the no tax on tips and all that. But the school choice part of it, and Josh Shapiro, I'm betting he won't take the money. Matt Bradford won't take it. Let him take it. The teachers' unions. Come on, Josh. You don't need to read anything more. It's pretty simple. Don't let him complicate it. He doesn't want to do it. I'm praying he doesn't do it because Stacey Garrity has told me, and you've heard her, we're going to go to town on him every single second with that. Who would not want kids to have opportunity? Josh Shapiro and his buddies. They're more concerned about the adults, the teachers' unions. All right, side question, and we'll get Kirks and Johns in a minute. Let's go to Ronnie in Warminster to start off. All-time family, real or fictional? Christmas is about families, the homecoming, the whole deal. Let's go to Ronnie. Hey, Ronnie, Merry Christmas. What's your family? Ronnie?
When I was a kid, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ronnie, go right ahead.
Okay. Merry Christmas. So, when I was a kid, I loved watching Family. And I wanted to be in that family.
Okay.
The Lawrence family.
Ah, okay. Why?
Just because I had a dysfunctional family, and
Okay.
I just watched them, and I loved like how the parents like talk to their kids.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Ronnie, thank you. Thanks for kicking it off, the Lawrence family. Okay, I don't know them as well as I might some others, but I know of it. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Real or fictional? Hit us with the all-time family. 855-839-1210. You can get on board with that. As I said, Scott Jennings, even on Christmas Eve, out there looking at this preposterous Politico Europe. Yeah, these conservatives are trying to recast Christmas as the marker of Western civilization. Well, of course it is. What else is the marker, if not Christmas? It is the big guy. It's beyond just the religiosity of it. It's the whole underpinning of it. And that's what it's about. They're not just attacking America. Scott Jennings, way ahead of the curve. They're attacking Western civilization. And that's where the Islamist threat comes in. That's where this guy in New York with the global intifada comes in. That's why in Europe, as we speak, there are police barricades up all over the place, sluicing people into safe areas to celebrate Christmas in public because they're afraid of being attacked. And we're recasting that. No, we're not. We're just celebrating it as always. We're not recasting anything. You're the ones that have recast it with all your holiday trees and holiday celebrations. 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls next. First, imagine actually feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season. Well, with Rescue, that feeling starts right now. Going on today, the Deck the Halls sale lets you save up to 78% on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements so you can feel your best and enjoy every festive moment ahead. For over 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been the trusted wellness partner for millions of folks and their families across the country. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 826-ALIVE. Again, it's 800-262-5483 or online, res-q.com for up to 78% off this entire holiday season.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Gold is now over $4,300 an ounce. Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Wednesday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,300 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Wednesday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold on Marlton Pike, just off Kings Highway and 295. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Merry Christmas. Welcome in. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Side questions today. It's all in the call. Give us that family, real or fictional, and why that family you think has everything that you like about a family. There are hundreds of them, particularly on the TV side. I give you a couple of mine fictional. We'll take yours, get your name into the hat. And you heard Corey DeAngelis. It's going to be big. And, of course, the rest of the big, beautiful bill. You know, I almost wish today were January 2nd, whatever it kicks in, counting down the hours. Eggs, Brooke Rollins tweets out today, the Agriculture Secretary, are now, I think it was 94 cents, 0.946. They have it down to that. Under $1. The price of eggs. So that's good. And, you know, we got to see other areas go. On the affordability thing, you know what I want. I think you want it too. The message, and let's give it a month or two when the big, beautiful bill kicks in and people see their tax refunds, et cetera, is going to be great. just an acknowledgement, just to say we're separating from Biden. We see on the horizon it's not going to be the Titanic hitting an iceberg like Biden, but we're acknowledging right now people are anxious a bit about it. Nothing wrong with that. We understand that. Just say stuff like that. No, we're not going to do it in some quarters. That's the advice President Trump is getting, I assume. Acknowledge it, continue to point out what Biden did and where we're headed. The clock is ticking on the midterms. And again, Democrat hatred is going to be at maximum level, just like it was in Jersey and Virginia and the off-year elections. We have to counter that with the good news, the connection to voters, and the better news over the horizon. Let me go to David, Lexington, South Carolina. David, great race, the runner-up slot in the caller of the year. Next year, you got your feet wet, you'll be in the big game again.
Absolutely. I do want to congratulate Robert. It was a fun time. I'm just happy to be part of it, so I really enjoyed it.
Oh, you did a great job, too. And those voters from Indiana, we have to, syndicate the show to Indiana.
Right.
So many of them there. Yeah.
Well, I've got cousins there. That's where those were. Those are my cousins.
Oh, that will explain
a lot
it.
of cousins in Indiana, yeah.
Dom, on this affordability thing, my mother is a big-time liberal ever since my dad died, and her best friend from back to her days at Easton High School is up there in Bath, and she keeps filling my mom's head with all these, nonsense stuff and everything. Trump's going to take away your Social Security and all this stuff. And my mother has a very stable income. She gets my dad's pension and Social Security. Very stable person. And every year she writes a big check to Uncle Sam. I've already talked to her tax guy. He said she's absolutely going to see a difference this year. So I can't wait for that. I'm just itching for that day.
Hey, and David, I'll let you, since you brought it up, you be the first. I'll hold off because I know you'll write it down and do it. When we had the number, I want to flood where we reached 38 states in Canada with those numbers, like your mom's number. Mm-hmm. Wow, look at this difference year over year. That's what we have to do.
Well, and it went up under Biden, how much she had to write. And I said, Mom, this is the check you get to write for all those things you think should be free. Right. You get to pay for those things. I mean, point blank. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that day. I'm not going to be rude to her, but I'm going to point out, this is Trump. This is the guy your best friend says is evil and hates you and wants to take everything from you. So I'm looking forward to that day. But, no, it's going to be a lot better come January when that thing kicks in. As for my side answer today, Don, I'm going to go outside the box like I typically do. But this is a real thing. We call it the YouTube chat for WPHT. We are a family, and it's crazy. Like we have the crazy uncle, the weird cousins. We have them all. We even have the grumpy old Uncle Greg. Greg Scott. So
he's not wrong about that.
Yeah. That is a good one. Yeah, well, Greg Stocker was well ahead of the curve. Mm-hmm. Most places, like down the hall, didn't do YouTube until we did it.
Right. Yep. But that's a family, so I'll go with that one today.
All right. Thank you, David. That is outside the box. That's a good one. All right. 855-839-1210. So, Kirk, who's your family today?
So mine, I got to go with the classic family. I'm going with the Kennedys. You got Robert Kennedy, Ted Kennedy, JFK Jr., Eunice Kennedy, Caroline Kennedy. The list goes on and on and on.
And what's the appeal of the Kennedys?
It's storied because it's you have like Camelot, and they were so immersive in public service, like the entire
like Marilyn Monroe servicing. Yeah, but go ahead.
So I guess that's kind of a storied history.
Okay. Oh, it is the most prominent American family. Mm-hmm. Some would argue Trump now. I still think you can tell the allure though has dropped off. The knockoff Kennedys aren't like the original. I mean, they're really down the trout.
Exactly right.
They're back a bit with RFK Jr., even though he's been kicked out. So,
right. Yeah. That was like kind of ironic because, he was running as an independent. Right. And, he was shunned from the entire family. Right. So, but now he's not even, I don't think he's welcome at any holiday dinners, I don't think.
Oh, no, they're not. They're not going to have any. No. Can you imagine? Yeah. No way. Yeah. It's not happening with the
No, it's not.
All right, John, how about yours?
Well, Dom, I want to first say that you have gained a lot of respect from me from taking the Hex off the board from the middle. I love that show. That's my favorite show.
Good.
I was going to say that.
All right.
But I got to go with the Waltons.
Oh, yeah.
He picked it because I was just about to say it too.
I think the Waltons, it used to be Leave It to Beaver way back when. The Waltons do this without anything where you feel corny or forced.
Mm-hmm.
It's real.
It's
actors,
just simple.
The whole thing is real. Yeah.
And in the middle, they had an episode about having a simple Christmas, and I think you can take a lot out of the Waltons book with simplicity and just being together.
Wait a minute. Is that another product placement for your tree farm business or what? Is that what's going on?
The crystal ball, the 8-ball says yes.
The Yardley business, yes.
Yeah,
all right. I don't see product placement's great. Yeah. I would be in here with a race car uniform of Dr. Benz right across here. That's what we ought to come up with. I tell these guys all the time. Yeah. Mulligans up and down.
There you go.
All right, 855-839-1210. Get in. All right, those are real good ones. Potential winners. Hit us with that all-time family, real or fictional. It's all in the call. David, outside the box, that's a really good one. Scott Jennings today, though, the star to me, catching this. There's a Politico Europe. And the spin of those on the left today is they don't like men going to church and are Gen Z, claiming they're only doing it out of bro culture and grievance and wanting to feel better about themselves and victimhood. Yeah, I don't want to play into the victimhood too much. I kind of walk that line. But J.D. Vance is right. The DEI and the rest of it has attacked American men. And who in the world is a straight white male that proudly is with the Democrat Party? Very few. They only want your vote. They don't want anything else about it. They want to use you as a punchline. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time family.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Between email addresses, social media, apps, this, that, and the other thing, I can't keep track of all my passwords anymore. I've had to write them down on a notepad and store them in a safe place. I'm tired of having to reset my password and then get the verification email and then go in and change it. And then they tell me that it's not strong enough. Can you throw a few characters on the end? How about a money sign? Oh, don't forget the capital letter. It's got to be between 8 and 12s. There's too many consonants.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
It's here. B101 has transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
When it rains in Philly, your roof better be ready. I'm Merrill Reese. Don't wait until winter blitzes your home. Call the team at Impriano Roofing and Siding, protecting local homes for over 50 years. From roofing to siding to energy-efficient windows, they do it right. No gimmicks, no pressure, just honest work and great savings. Before the next storm hits, visit Impriano.com or call 610-644-4444. The best homes have an Impriano roof. Impriano Roofing and Siding, your home's first line of defense.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, cute song, not among the worst here. Christmas songs. Don Giordano show. I just saw this. And, we have a final recounting. $18.7 million poured into this year's Pennsylvania Supreme Court retention races. Good for Scott Presler. You may be wondering where Scott is. He's a little bit on R&R. Feeling fine. Talk with him. Merry Christmas and all that. Hopefully be back with us. The January 5th, that Monday, to tell us what he's going to do next. But he's the one that drove a sleepy race into Democrats frantically having to defend it. And I would tell you this, if it were other off-year election, this year it was obvious they were determined to storm out and to savage President Trump. They can't do that, so they went after everything else they could. And they're going to try to do it again in the midterms. In other words, he put that on the map. If it had been a regular off-year election, we might have had a chance. But with the tsunami of hatred driven to get at Trump, that's all they want to do, just tear him apart, it became impossible. So I wasn't surprised at that. I'm still surprised at the Chettarelli, Mikey Sherrill thing. Still ridiculous, that kind of loss. For a guy who ran his heart out, ran a great campaign. That's all about Trump, too. Virginia, similar sort of result. But tough race. We don't want to have that again at the end of this year. That's why affordability is the key thing to tamp that down. And then all the benefits of the big, beautiful bill kick in, and we got to win. All right, all-time family today is what we're looking for. Real or fictional. Christmas, after all, is the time of the family. Coming up, life coach Kamala Harris with her advice for young women. Something about you want a Friday guy, but you also want a Sunday guy. And yes, there is the obligatory long cackle here. That is unbelievable. Women have certain things they have to watch when they're in politics. Men, the same thing. But the cackle, Kamala Harris has that down. I would advise her just no laughing. Just pretend like you don't know what a laugh is when she runs again, which I think she is. All right, Alan in Hamilton. He's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Alan. Who do you have today?
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Alan.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. But I want the Anderson family. Father knows best.
Okay, tell us why.
That was the perfect family at that time. We've learned other things since then, but there was no outsiders, and we took it from there, and that's why like Father knows best. That would be me, and I wouldn't make the mistakes that I made.
All right. Thank you, Alan, very much. Thanks for that explanation. By the way, the Wall Street Journal names Philadelphia in 2026 to be the #1 destination. Well, I think that's probably because of America 250 and all the rest of it. And do I have to set it up? Can you imagine the founding fathers being with us 250 years, and they look at a place like Philadelphia? They happen upon Thomas Jefferson wakes up, Larry Krasner. Yeah, that's what we've wrought. But think of the genius. Need I underline all the time, and I will this coming year, the genius of the Electoral College. How I love the Electoral. It's one of my favorite things, of course. Because under the Electoral College, you have proportionality. You have the big states, they get the votes, but you have the small states that still have some say in this. And you can't just campaign in the population centers and win. You have to snag these swing states, and you have to take, back in the day, it used to be more and more swing states. But the Electoral College, and the facts, it's a year old now, that President Trump won the popular vote. That ought to give pause to Democrats, really, deep down. The reason they're not pausing is this. They know they have a word that is going to see them through 2026, affordability. They can thank Mandami for that. Now, we all know, the media aside, who caused the affordability crisis. Who did all that? Joe Biden. Remember that? I did that on all the negative stuff. But at least they have the word. They have a theme. They have something to rally around. Prior to that, they didn't. They know they have people that are deranged. They just want to get at Trump. That's all that they want to do. They can't get him. They want to tear apart anybody remotely that they say is connected to that. Is that enough to win the midterms? Sadly, it is, with the willing accomplices in the media. That's all that you need. What did they have prior to the shock of that night? I don't think they had affordability. We were not using that term, having that feeling that that was going to be their trump card, so to speak. So they do have it now. Republicans don't have to completely negate that. All they have to do is show empathy on this and message when all the benefits in 2026, tax relief, no tax on tips, hopefully the uptick in all these jobs coming in with all the investment, just messaging that and continuing to hammer that, sticking on that message. What President Trump has to do, though, and he's the only one that can do it, convince the Trump voters, yeah, even though I'm not on the ballot, I am on the ballot. Now, they're trying to do something with this, and I kind of like it. I don't think it's a panacea. This is hard. Susie Wild saying, we are going to run as a national party, the Trump party. Trump's name is on the ballot. You get that, reluctant voters? Trump's name is on the ballot. You know what would happen if Trump just did one of these things? All right, he's entertaining, then he stops around and goes, and you know what? I'm sick and tired of this. Well, let's just have a talk here. You got to get out and vote. What the heck is up with that? Why do we have to beg these people? That's why politics is hard. You have to beg a bunch of people in their own interests won't get off the couch and vote. They hate the mail-in ballot, but they don't want to show up on Election Day either. He's the only one that's going to connect those dots. If we do connect those dots, like in 2024, we're going to win. If we don't, then I don't see how we win, because their voters are going to turn out. You know it, and I know it. And I hate to have to rely on a bunch of people that don't want to vote. But in 2016, we saw them come out. Can they convince them? That's what they're trying, and I commend them for at least trying that. I think it takes heart to heart from President Trump making the point, not just they'll impeach me and stop everything, but saying to him, are you kidding me? Look at all that I've done. And you're still not going to get up and vote? Well, you're not on the ballot. Shut up. How much of this do we have to endure? Well, that's what big tents are all about. These people, though, don't want to build any of the tent. They don't even want to come into it, really. It's mad. It's got to be difficult to be a politician and have to deal with that. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Coming up, Media Research Center, the very best, has a look at some of the worst takes of 2025. Pretty funny stuff. But first, life coach Kamala Harris taking a look at young women and what kind of guy do you want to be with? Do you want to be with a Friday night guy or a Sunday morning guy? Complete with cackles, all straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210.
FIFA World Cup 2026 is coming soon, but your opportunity to be there starts now through an exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card. For a limited time, become a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card holder, and you will be eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. Awards reserved.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/investorday.
Download
to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to get up to $1,000. Use code SAVE to get up to $1,000.
This is the energy of the Acura RDX. The energy of performance and adventure. With super handling all-wheel drive, the Acura RDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision-crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Hello, this is Jimmy Joyce, co-owner and operator at Slices Pizza in East Falls. We've served our customers fresh, delicious sandwiches, steaks, salads, and pizza for more than 20 years and are proud to use PDQ POS as our point of sale. PDQ makes processing orders a breeze, and their support is unmatched, so our customers know we're always open and available to take their orders. If you're in the market for a point of sale system, you need to call the guys at PDQ POS. Visit their website at pdqpos.com and tell them Jimmy sent you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This Christmas, get a bonus AI Essentials course when you enroll in any My Computer Career IT program by the end of the year. That's a $3,900 value. Attend classes online or on campus. Enjoy lifetime job placement support and IT certifications in high demand. Go to mycomputercareer.edu today and take the free career evaluation. That's mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Conditions apply to AI offer, and financial aid is available to those who qualify, including the GI Bill.
It is Dom time. Merry Christmas. Welcome in. Great side question today. All-time family, real or fictional? Hit us with that. Here is life coach Kamala Harris being interviewed by a female podcaster, and they're talking about the man that you choose. I don't know if they say man, the person. And they're talking about, do you want that Sunday morning relationship or the Friday night relationship? Whoa. Yes. There is a big cackle in here. Here's Kamala.
The important piece of this, though, for anyone who is single, who wants to be in a relationship, is to be kind to yourself and choose to be with someone who is kind. That's really important. You know, choose to be with someone who allows you to laugh at yourself and them. Choose to be with someone who, you know, you like going to the grocery store together, taking a walk together, including doing something fancy together. You know, I mean, and there are different phases in your life, and depending on what phase you're in. Maybe you're going to choose that you want to have that kind of Friday night relationship, or you want that Sunday morning relationship.
Sometimes they go together, and sometimes they don't.
Sometimes you can get both, and sometimes they just is oil and water.
Yes.
Right? And so, and that's okay. You know, you be in those phases where you are having fun.
Yes.
Be in those phases where you have a sense of, I just want something more. But be honest with yourself about what you're in. And figure out whether what you're in is actually what you want, right? But the first step is to be honest about what you're in. And not try and make it something that it's not, because that usually doesn't work out so well.
Yeah.
I say that to say, don't be harsh in judging yourself if you're in one of those phases or the other, right?
Okay, so the cackle, we're not elongating it. We're not doing anything like that. That's not the game. That's Kamala Harris. And just picture, she could have been president. Now, she thinks she only had 107 days. I think she'd be better off if she had 30 or 40 days, maybe 10. She might have stood a chance. Looking back on it, there was almost no chance once the country saw her even a little bit. Losing the popular vote, losing all 7 swing states. My goodness. Just stunning. Is she a role model, too, for females? I don't think so. I don't want to go through the whole backstory, Willie Brown and the whole thing again, but there's that, the Friday night relationship and the Sunday morning relationship. Oh, my God. All righty, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you push pound 1210. Now, this is cut 7, Mayor DePena, Lawrence, Massachusetts. I saw a stat today that it's something like 82% or around there, Latino. This guy is the mayor, allegedly here legally, of an American city, one I think that's a former pretty prominent mill town, Lawrence, and yet needs a translator with him, you'll hear, youtube.com, since he can't speak English, yet he is the mayor of an American city. Here's how it sounded.
The division has a concern and has raised an objection based on the fact that council, much like me in my capacity as a hearing officer, don't speak Spanish, and therefore we're unable to decide independently whether questions are being translated both directions from the attorney and from the witness accurately. So I appreciate that objection. I do believe that under the circumstances, without objection from the respondent, we could proceed with your services.
All right, so how do we have a mayor of a U.S. city who is here allegedly legally, and it's not just like a stoplight city, it's more than that, Lawrence, and he needs a translator to understand English. And the guy's saying, well, how do we know what's going on here? What he's saying back, is that right? Or what is being said to him, is that right? How's this guy the mayor? Wow. I mean, we've seen stuff like this before, but nothing this blatant where the mayor needs a translator. This is all part of the lack of assimilation. A lot of it started, how many years have we talked about English can't be the official language and things related to it? And here we go again, the same kind of nonsense. All righty, 855-839-1210. You can get on board. By the way, whenever we're on Christmas Eve, if you have a great Christmas tradition, just hit us with this. Give people some ideas of things over the years that maybe you thought were fun and you continued it. Yesterday, we talked about Midnight Mass. Got a lot of emails, a lot on social media about how Midnight Mass went away and some of the reasons. Some of it, crime in the neighborhood. Some of it, unruly people. Some of it, people just didn't want to go. I guess the sweet spot now is like a 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock Mass on Christmas Eve. Maybe the Midnight Mass was a beautiful tradition, the choir and the whole thing. Maybe it was draining, though. Maybe people are coming distances. I'm not sure. But as best we can tell, it has really gone downhill in popularity, without a doubt. I'm still working on that. Imagine the mayor. This is the mayor. Yeah. That's his translator of an American city. So if they're going to use affordability, assimilation, or a word like that, smaller word maybe, is going to be prominent in 2026. It's not so much just people here illegally. It's those that might even be here legally, just not wanting to assimilate. They're able to get away with it. Society has changed, Spanish media, social media, just you can't say anything about it. In the past, you would have had to at least speak English. You at least have to fake assimilation. Now we have people that think that's racism, sex, something, if you say the word assimilate. All right, let's go to Frank in Burlington. Frank is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Frank, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. I know this was from way before we were talking about, but I really do agree with you as far as like Trump's messaging when it comes to the affordability.
And Frank, let me interrupt and say I'm hoping this really good number doesn't set him off, that he goes off on the same dumb stuff here, because it's a great number. And then he wants to say, well, why are they talking about affordability? Just fake it a little bit. Just show empathy for a little bit longer. That's all.
I so 100% agree with you. This A+++ stuff and the overkill with the Rosie and everything is wonderful. It's making me, in a way, and I love Trump and I love his accomplishments, but it's starting to make it sound like, he's kind of ignoring that some people maybe aren't having it so good. And he's kind of like the empathy isn't there. And in a way, it almost sounds like Biden did. Things were horrible, of course, during Biden, but that was never acknowledged. And sometimes I feel as though like he's not that he thinks that, but he for some reason in his mind he can't say anything negative, but it makes everybody think that he thinks we're all stupid, And it's just I just hope he changes his delivery. I really do.
Yeah, just a little bit. Vance did it much better when he was here. He acknowledged some of this, that people are anxious about this, and he did say, Frank, something smart. You're going to see in tax season. That was Vance. In other words, setting an intermediate goal, like a first down goal, not a touchdown. You can't tell people to wait till like 8 or 9 months from now. They're anxious now, and they're right to be anxious about certain things.
No doubt. And just be truthful and empathetic. I don't think it takes that much. But I just don't know if it's in Trump's DNA to like in any way say everything isn't wonderful. And I don't know. I just really feel as though coming to the midterms, I really want him to kind of get like, back on track in terms of like connecting with the people in a real way, not in this like, oh, everything's great way. That's the only thing.
And the other point to this too, and I know he wants to entertain, and he can do a lot of that at the rallies and all, but Frank, he's got to be blunt. He's the only one that can do it with that reluctant Trump voter, to tell them he is on the ballot. I like Susie Wiles and the others are saying we're running with Trump at the top of the ballot. But he's got to convince these people that he is, because if they are, we'll win. If they're tepid, it's going to be very close.
Oh, Dom, you're so right on that. And I don't get the disconnect at all. I mean, you have to realize, Trump's in office, but if he loses the Senate and the House, literally all the policies we love are going away. So I really don't understand that at all. I have no clue why that's happening.
Well, it's a voting segment that was turned to. They hadn't voted for years when he came up in 2016. They're turned on by him. They're not legit voters, Frank, for whatever the reason. And I have trouble being calm about it because I'll admit it sickens me. Anybody that doesn't vote over a period of time, I'm just not in the habit of persuading people to do that. It just goes against my nature. And I realize if I were running for office, I would suck it up and do it. But in this job, I can't do that.
No, I agree with you 100%. I really hope that, and I hope this whole idea of connecting Trump, that he's running in this in the midterms. I really hope this works. I really do, because everything hinges on this. After 2 years, they get in, there literally nothing will get done, and all this great stuff that's going on will be reversed or will be on standby until hopefully another Republican president gets in. But I agree with you 100%. They got to be some way to get these guys off their behinds.
Absolutely.
And that's
Thank you, Frank.
Thanks.
Have a great holiday. Have a great Christmas. You know what they'll also do? It doesn't matter impeaching Trump. He's been impeached and all that. We can say it. True. They're not going to oust him from office. But they might be able to they might go after impeaching someone like Pam Bondi or whomever. Now, you might say, well, I don't care. Well, if they continuously are doing this and slowing down the process, that's not going to get us anywhere either. I haven't seen more on the Epstein nonsense today. And it brings up a question. What's more certain to happen? That we get past the Epstein, that this scourge, this guy, and Maxwell, meaning it's over. There are not new things that come out and we're still going down this path, or that we have a Republican finally as mayor of Philadelphia. I just don't believe, given the sickness of Philadelphia, that we're ever going to have a Republican. You know my thing. The last Republican mayor was alive for 3 years while Billy the Kid roamed the earth. Billy the Kid! He was there for 3 years. That's the last Republican mayor. Will we see one in the next 50 years? I would bet no. But will we be able to see the Epstein matter go to the back? You know, everything has a shelf life. You would think it'd be gone by now. Yet it seems to be intensifying. And the reason is the media is determined to go after Trump with this, and the Democrats are, and they're not going to let it go. And when you have the media not letting it go, it gives them fodder. You're going to see it continue to play out. And so far, it's more like the Clinton files than the Trump files, certainly. I see a story today where there was an evaluation done of Epstein in jail, and they ranked him as a very low chance to commit suicide. And the people in charge, you see the dimwits in charge of this. Epstein is the last person in the world that you're not eyeballing and looking in his cell once an hour, at least going through, can he use anything in there to kill himself? And you're watching him constantly. That's what you have to do. I still believe he killed himself, but I have to tell you, when I take a look at any number of things here, it's the most remarkable story imaginable that even from the grave, this guy is causing this kind of issue and pressure. All righty, 855-839-1210.
Does the world seem like it's just gone insane? I mean, bat crap, crazy, insane? I bet you think it does. Everybody seems to have lost their mind. Well, it's Christmas. I'm Eric Erickson. It's time to actually get up to 50,000 feet and look down to see the forest from the trees. What really matters? Why does it matter? And how can we process the insanity around us and use the Christmas story to do it? Listen Christmas Eve at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
At least 2 people are dead after an apparent explosion at a Bucks County nursing home in Bristol. A Delaware state trooper was shot and killed at a DMV near Wilmington. The suspected gunman was also shot and killed by a responding police officer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
As the holidays arrive, Bucks County Estate Traders is grateful for you, their customers who believe that furniture should have character, history, and heart. Every piece they carry has a story, and they love helping it become part of yours. If you're looking to finish a room, warm up a space, or find that perfect focal point, you'll discover it in their Hatfield showroom. Bucks County Estate Traders, helping you create a home that feels uniquely yours. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com, open 7 days a week.
Ho, ho, hold up. It's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, and I'm here to help you slay the season. December is the month to stop settling and start slaying the savings. Slay your car payment. Lease a brand new 2026 Tucson for just $199 a month. The SUV that'll have you gliding through snow. Slay your commute. Pick from your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, Tucson, or any other new Hyundai and buy the 0% financing. Only at Colonial Hyundai. And slay your driveway. Colonial awards the highest trade-in values in the Delaware Valley. I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. More for your trade and 0% financing on any new Hyundai. Slay the season only at Colonial Hyundai on Route 30 in Downtown. Shop us online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano Show. And I talked about this early on with Scott Jennings. The headline of Politico Europe is trending on Twitter. How the far right stole Christmas. Remember I told you Jennings saying we're trying to recast Christmas as a marker for Western civilization. Yeah, it is. It is the marker. We're not trying to recast anything. It has been and will be. Imagine on Christmas Eve, this is what they come up with. These far right, the bros, these men of grievance going to church, they're trying to say that Christmas is a marker of Western civilization. And face it, Western civilization is under attack by the secular left, but a weird combination of this two. It's the secular left and Islamic fundamentalists of sorts, or radicals, Mandami. How could one guy be that secular left and also an Islamic nut? And the answer is, take a look at his background, at his training, at politics and the stuff he put together. And that's exactly what he is. So Western civilization, and what Trump has done is to try to bolster the Europeans who are weak on this, big time. They don't seem to be as weak in Italy. We're just back from there, as you know. And the Brits are trying a little bit more. But the French and the Germans particularly, they're incredibly weak. And all across Europe, this last week and today on Christmas Eve, there are big police barricades up and men armed. Why? Public celebrations. You know what they're looking out for. Being attacked by Islamic fundamentalists. That's exactly what they're afraid of. That's Western civilization under attack. And what Europe did, they brought in cheap labor coming right across from Africa, mainly, and other places. And a lot of these people are Islamic fundamentalists. They don't like the country they're in. They came there just to get a job. They cause trouble. They riot. We experienced some of this in the United States. Trump's trying to bolster here, but also tell them this is what you have to eradicate. Do they have it within them? No, I would bet on the other side on this. They don't have it within them. And that's why Western civilization is dependent, even though I don't think he's ever, said that, Jennings saying it, on Trump and what he's pushing back on. Even if he doesn't articulate that, Jennings articulates it well. That's what's at stake. And this article today that we're trying to recast Christmas as a marker of Western civilization. My goodness. What are they going to write on Christmas Day? Yeah, there was no manger. I mean, what else can they come up with? All right, let's go to the MASH unit out there in Bensalem. Caller of the year, Robert. Let's see if he's running 40-yard dashes today. Or is he still faking that injury? Got him a lot of votes. People were saying this guy's rising from his deathbed. We didn't see any footage. Was it like FDR that we never saw him either? We only saw Robert at his best.
Right.
Let's go to Robert at Bensalem. Robert, how you doing in your MASH unit there?
I only saw half as much footage because the other one's wrapped up, Tom.
Oh, jeez.
Hiding it from the voters.
Right.
No, man, and I wanted to really express my appreciation to the other callers. I mentioned to you the 3 L's, Dom, and that's what you got from the callers who were calling in yesterday. You learned something, you laughed, and Scott cracked me up with his reference to me not resting on my Mount Laurels. And
I missed that.
Yeah.
He threw that back at me pretty good. I like that, man. And I had to talk to Earl, though, because I really want that Yugo, Dom. And I don't care about the parking space, but I do want the Yugo.
Well, I have not gotten full approval yet, but like the Friars Club, I would like to have the callers of the round table, and you get a jacket, the caller of the year.
I like it.
With a little crest on it.
Yeah.
Me, big picture waving at you in a crest or something.
I'll even let the other callers roast me. I think that would be hilarious.
Oh, a caller roast, yes.
That'd be awesome,
absolutely.
Mulligans.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of fun. Dom, we're not going to lose the Senate. That's all I'm going to say for now. We'll talk about the House as we go on.
I agree with you on that, yeah.
Okay. I have to tell you, the family thing is it was a cool concept. I didn't really have one coming up, as you know. So a lot of what I learned about like nuclear families, I watched on TV. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that gave me a sense of what a family should be. But my answer for the question is the Brady Bunch, not a traditional family. And the reason why I'm picking them is because you had two broken families that came together to form another family. The mom still wanted a father in the house. The father still wanted a mother in the house. And they held on to traditional values, even though that their families had gone through what they went through. And so there's always hope for a family as long as you have people who care and love. And that's why I'm going to pick the Brady Bunch family. It doesn't have to be so-called typical family. But as long as there's love and commonality there, you can build a family. And that's a beautiful thing to me. It gives hope to people that didn't have one coming up. You know what I mean?
What a perspective. Thank you, Robert, very much. Merry Christmas.
Merry
Get
Christmas.
well soon. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you, man.
All right. Yeah, that's coming from his background, seeing that. It's almost someone learning English by watching American TV. Well put. All right, that's what we're looking for. And it's all in the call. Out of all those families, real or fictional, I gave you the fictional. Mine were the middle and the Wonder Years. The Wonder Years, the mom in the Wonder Years, great. And I did interview one. She's a math whiz. Winnie Cooper. I forget the young woman's name. She was a great interview. She was on a tour and was in studio. And, yeah, we were supposed to talk about math. She had a math book and all, but a lot of stories of the Wonder Years. And when, Fred Savage was in Seinfeld with Kramer in that Hollywood series they run. Unbelievable stuff, yeah. And Patricia Heaton, I don't know if she's blackballed because of her pro-life, religious, great comedic actress, though. And in the middle, the dad was pretty good, too. But Patricia Heaton carried that show. She would carry any show. She's a great TV mom. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking for that all-time family. This is cut 8, John. This is Hassett, who I hope President Trump makes the head of the Fed. He's a chief economic advisor, and he's talking here about the 4.3% GDP report, well above what was predicted. And this is tremendous news. So this is an opportunity to tout that and to say, and Trump could say it in his own way, these are great numbers, but I realize your life is not a number. Goofy Biden did that. I realize whatever you're experiencing, and I'm moving heaven and earth to make that experience better. But this should be a hopeful sign that it's around the corner and we're close to the new year and the big, beautiful bill, which has been undersold. Here's Hassett.
So I can smell alcohol coming off your breath right now.
No, that's it. It's cut 9. Cut 9.
So I can smell alcohol coming off your breath right now. And your driving was pretty
all right.
erratic.
No, that's some Democrat who was stopped by a cop. All right, we'll have to reconvert that. That's okay. We'll get to it. Hassett says this is about as good as a GPD number, showing that the trade policy, supply side policy, is having a big effect. You know, I still have my doubts about the tariffs. A little unclear. Hopefully, we're going to have E.J. Antoni back on soon to break that down. What do we know now? As a leverage, as a negotiating tool, I like it, Trump's usage. But I've never believed that tariffs are the way to go. Was I just convinced over the years when I broke into talk radio? Man, you said tariffs. It was like, are you a conservative? This is a little bit uncertain on the tariff thing. I wouldn't be touting that. It's his other policies. It's the release of energy. It's I told you the egg price today with the agriculture. And not only that, I give them credit. Once the election was over in Jersey and Virginia, you know what they could have said? Oh, that's just a couple of blue states. They did not. They got the message on affordability. And if you notice, I think one of the best areas that Trump is great in is these deals with the drug companies, with pharmaceuticals. I think it's all out. And I think that's going to be a big plus on affordability. Changing the auto standards are going to lower the cost of buying a new car. The only thing is, these take time to get put into operation and then to sink into people, they actually experience it. And the clock is ticking. You know, when do these things get baked into the mind of people, the voters that we really need? That now Trump really didn't deliver on this, even if he is all along and it's right around the corner. That's my only worry. You know, I worry that all this good stuff doesn't get in the pipeline to the perception of people when they turn out to vote. Because the stakes, you know, we say this all, but the stakes in this midterm are huge beyond belief. And on a personal level, just seeing these sickening groups in the suburbs, like these Indivisible, a lot of them women, just wanting to tear apart Trump, but they'll settle to make a demon out of a guy like Jack Ciattarelli. That's what we're seeing here. All right, 855-839-1210.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. This holiday season, bring home a truck that delivers. The GMC Sierra delivers the power for the windy winter roads, delivers luxury with premium comfort, and delivers professional grade. At the Barlow Holiday Sales Event, you'll save on more than just the factory rebates. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
This holiday season, give the person you love a gift that lasts a lifetime. At Cozy Jewelers, thoughtful craftsmanship is at the heart of everything we do. Whether you're creating a custom piece made just for them or choosing something timeless, like a beautiful pair of diamond earrings, we're here to help you make this year unforgettable. Family owned, trusted, and dedicated to quality. Cozy Jewelers is where meaningful holiday moments begin. Visit Cozy Jewelers today. And remember, gotta be cozy for the holidays.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Give your holiday stuffing a delicious upgrade with Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage. Ground and packaged for easy use. Just open, cook, and mix into your favorite stuffing. Then bake up bite-sized stuffing muffins that are packed with savory flavor. Perfect for passing around the table or sneaking before the big meal. Your holiday inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield. Better care, better pork, better holidays.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good Home Alone, that's where I associate that with. I think I've seen Home Alone at least 18 times now. Home Alone 2, maybe 13 to 14.
Do you like better?
Home Alone 1, but Godfather 2, this show knows that that's a better film than Godfather. It's been ascertained, but I would say Home Alone's better than Home Alone 2.
I agree on that.
Yeah, because it's
100%.
hard to replicate all that they had going on with it. Which one do you like better, John?
I like the original Home Alone, but I think Home Alone 2 definitely has its moments.
Yeah, oh yeah. No, I think, and Home Alone 3, there's something about the third. It's like Godfather 3 that drops off the face of the earth.
It's almost as if they didn't have the main character.
Yes, exactly, right. I mean, they just can't continue to do it. Whoever put those two out. If there's a worse sequel than Home Alone, well, Godfather 3 is the worst. And they had something with the Vatican scandal and all that. They had two great lines, Wet Your Beak, which is a top 10 Godfather line, and the scene where they machine gun with a helicopter mob members in an AC hotel room who can't get out. They have the door blocked. That was a pretty good hit. But Wetting Your Beak is perfect. That's a pretty good line. All righty, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time family. That's what we're looking for here. Coming up, I have the Media Research Center, their worst takes of 2025. But, you know, when we hear and look, Philadelphia Eagles, I've said, how many years ago did I say, there are three big jobs in Philadelphia, the Cardinal or Archbishop, whichever he is, usually a Cardinal, the mayor, these are the known figures in the area, and the Eagles football coach. I bet a lot of people don't know the coach of the Flyers. certainly, the coach of the Sixers. They may not even know the manager of the Phillies, but they do know who the Eagles coach is. And when you hear these guys determine who should be drafted, et cetera, the picks they make, be it basketball, baseball really tough. You're projecting from young kids. By the way, I might do this as a side at some point. You may need a little bit of I was thinking on Friday because I'm picking up something for Luke today. And the store that I was in, talking to the guy, he's got a young Mickey Mantle. Big picture. His father was a sports writer and knew the whole story. They were scouting someone else, and the scout saw Mickey Mantle at that game and had to go and get the money. They were going to try to sign him right on the spot with the father. Can you imagine the first time you would witness in person? Remember, back in the day, we didn't have social media. We didn't have technology. You had to bird dog someone by going to the game. I can't imagine seeing Mickey Mantle come to bat. It like just takes your breath away. It's like Cindy Crawford has never looked, she's great looking, but in that Pepsi ad with those two young boys that she did, the first time I saw it, it was like, oh my God. It just takes your breath away. And I'm trying to think of somebody I saw in person for the first time or whatever, just a casual or whatever. And I think there's a side there. And you go, oh, or seeing them play a sport or to do something, maybe when they were just coming up. Maybe the first time you saw Trump in action, for a lot of people, it could have been coming down the staircase, the escalator. For others, I'm not sure the first moment they went, oh my goodness. I do remember when he started the stuff with President Obama, a guy named Rich Davis, who's just a great patriot, friend of talk radio. We were doing a remote, and he said, watch Trump. He's going to be president someday. This was well before 2016. I'm like, Donald Trump, are you kidding me? But after seeing some of the stuff in the polling early on, it was like, this is different. Remember the big debate? We were at Xfinity Live when Megyn Kelly read all those quotes about women, and he said, only Rosie O'Donnell. Oh, it was pretty stunning to see that person before they were that well known. I might try that. Okay, I mention that because of all these gurus of assessing talent. One of the worst debacles I've ever seen in Philadelphia, still stunning to me. He was the #1 overall pick, Ben Simmons. He has put a return to the NBA on hold. He is now embarked on a pro fishing career. Ben Simmons wants to be a pro, or he owns a team in a pro fishing league.
Gotta be a better fisherman than a free throw shooter.
Well, that's what I was thinking. But where were the guys who said, well, you got to pick him? It's a consensus. Am I just Monday morning quarterbacking? We talked about this. You know, a guy who can't shoot the ball, obviously. Well, we're going to teach him to shoot. Won't shoot the ball. Is arrogant beyond belief. Has no heart. And they pick him #1 in the entire world. What's wrong with the world where Ben Simmons, and look at his career. Look at the wash up. Now he's a pro fisherman. Can you imagine this guy say, oh, this guy's got all the tools you need to be a pro fisherman? I could see him in an event not catching anything. No, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't care if I catch anything. Pro fisherman, Ben Simmons. How could people be this wrong? It's almost as bad as picking Kamala Harris to be your presidential candidate. What is the worst decision where people had to make a pick, and that's what they came up with? How does the system not work where the #1 choice in the entire world, with all that scouting, all the metrics, they come up with a guy like this? Football, I get a little bit. You know, talking to Ray Didinger, linemen and stuff like that, like, I can't tell. I don't know anybody listening that can tell an offensive lineman. The only thing I'm looking for is, I know one thing. I want a guy like Allen Iverson. I want a guy who's desperate, that it's life and death. Now, his training methods aside, I want a guy who comes from that type of background. And this is what he has, and you're going to have to kill him to stop him. I think if you have pretty good talent and you have that, that's what I want in anything. I want a guy driven, whoever the nominee is, that he is going to come home on his shield or win when it comes to the presidency. And I don't know that somebody like Gavin Newsom has that in his DNA on the other side. It takes a lot to do that. I mean, think of what Trump was playing for. If Trump didn't win, he was going to go to jail, maybe for a long time. That's what was going to happen. If he were not the winner, if he were not president, all those things that happened, most of them would have gone the wrong way. And I think he'd be in jail at this point. Those are pretty high stakes, your freedom or the ultimate prize. That takes a lot. And being shot and hit to boot in it, that takes a lot. You really have to be driven to go through that. You know, the Ben Simmons of candidates, whoever that is, I don't see them. Once they get, everybody has a plan, as Mike Tyson has said, until you get punched in the mouth. You got a plan. All right, this is how you're going to box Tyson. Then Mike Tyson comes charging at you with the opening bell, and you go, oh, my God, I want to live. That's all I want to do. How do I fall down? All right, so we'll continue to monitor Ben Simmons and his fishing career. Coming to more calls, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time family. Get your name in the hat today for the big prize at the end of the week. Here with Dom on Christmas Eve on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The only time I've ever lost baggage on a flight is with my golf clubs. Been 2 or 3 times. Always the golf club. Nobody can find your golf bag when you're in. The thing is massive. How'd you lose it? Now I can't play.
That would be the worst, especially if it's a golf trip.
Well, yes. I've never taken specifically a golf trip. Some of these trips that I've gone on, there's been a round of golf, and I don't want to pay $100 to rent a set. Who was the airliner that used to say bags fly free? Do they still do that?
No.
That's probably 20 years old. I'm stuck in a 2004 time warp.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take
take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. By the way, we're almost at the end of Phil Murphy's tenure. What is his signature boondoggle? I would offer up, and you may have a better one, other than the hair and the teeth and all in the pizza eating. It's the whales. It's what happened. Nobody had anything like this. It's the wind, the whales, the callousness of it, the wife and the climate still going forward with it. I don't think many issues have really stoked people emotionally about what was happening there. And every time we would go down summer broadcast and all that, Robin Schaefer, et cetera, it became that issue. Just unimaginable. And then it morphed. I said it then. Not as emotional, but I was being honest. Maybe it's selfish. We were not going to let them destroy our Jersey Shore. Not for all their nonsense with these ghastly windmills. And you had people in Ocean City laying down in the streets trying to block them, do everything else, and we beat them. And we beat Phil Murphy, and we beat these clowns in Trenton. But they don't give up. They'll be back, and they're going to get beaten again. And Phil Murphy, that and when he said or suggested he had someone living above his garage illegally, and he was going to protect him. Remember that? Or the number of times he didn't pay attention to a snowstorm, and then if there was a snowflake, he declared a disaster area. How in the world does Jersey elect a clown like that and Corzine, both Goldman Sachs? They have money, Democrat primaries, they buy their way. I guess that's it. And now this just tepid. That's the only thing I can think about it. There's just no pop there at all with Mikey Sherrill, other than how far left she is and how she's going to govern. Price controls, yeah, we may see that. The Attorney General said affordability is her number one issue. Declaring on day one, a stoppage of electric prices. We're going to see pretty quickly. Let's go to Bill in Bucks on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill.
Hi there, Dom. I just wanted to congratulate Robert of Ben Salem, a fellow Bucks Countyan, on his victory as a caller of the year.
Absolutely. I think Brian Fitzpatrick's going to be calling in the 2 o'clock hour congratulating him. No, I don't think so. No. Yeah.
Well, now he was on Fox News the other day.
Ah, well, wait a minute.
Sharon Bream. Just to let you know.
He thinks I'm worse than Fox News. I take that as a badge of honor, Brian. All I'm going to do is tell him what the facts are, Bill. He is pushing us to say he's got to cater to a certain position, and he knows we're going to vote for him no matter what. Well, maybe not.
Well, I wouldn't say maybe not. I think
what?
it's very important.
There is a limit here. There really is, Bill. And again, I recognize politically what he's got to do, but he's become the face of this nonsense, and his health care plan is completely unacceptable.
Well, it's a little adventuresome. I get it. I understand, but then there's Bob Harvey, so who's our county commissioner out here.
I hear you, but doesn't he have to cater to us a bit? He's a calculating politician. He's good at this.
He sent me a Christmas card.
Is it so bad in Bucks County, Bill, that he's got to come up with any kind of health plan and it might pass with the Democrats, where the cap is what is it 225 or 250 of family income? That's preposterous.
I know that's rather excessive. I get it. I know.
And he discounts that abortion can't be part of it. Look, you can go and get an abortion. We're not going to pursue you and all that, but we're not going to pay for it. That was the deal, Brian, right?
Yeah, right. That's what he said. I mean, but hey, he's trying to get something through.
I would
That's all
say you do a good job at giving us the stark reality, and maybe we just can't face it yet, Bill.
Well, I know you called me a loser a few times, but you also know I'm a pragmatist.
Yeah, and again, I'm an incrementalist and a pragmatist too. And I, over the years, have taken shots by saying, "Hey, we got to put that guy in there." That's what it is. But if I see a way where we still have the majority without him, then I'm on board with that. Because Bob Harvey is, I have to admit, what a target! Oh my God.
Well, he's got a lot of aim recognition out here, so I wouldn't discount him. I mean, they're inching closer.
Well, I'll predict right here and right now. I have faith in Brian Fitzpatrick, that Brian Fitzpatrick will win. Do you believe that?
He will win, yes.
I would predict that also. And one of the things he does, and it's a good guy to do this, he does a tremendous amount of events per year, sincerely shows up at the tiniest thing. He works it.
You're absolutely right. He's at all the Ivy Land pancake breakfasts. Police retirements.
Right. People, that matters to people. Yep.
He's all over the place. He really is. All over Bucks County, whether it's in Pinnacle Township or Tellytown, wherever it is. He's great. But I did want to say one thing about the Republican Party. I worked on Election Day. I know what happened on Election Day in November, just a few months ago. Well, actually, 1 month ago. And I want to tell you, all 5 row officers won on Election Day, Republicans.
Right.
They all won. But when the mail-ins came, they lost. So all I can say is the problem is the mail-ins.
Look, we've been ahead of the curve for years telling people that. And Scott Presler's right. You can go and you can vote and you can hand it in at the election office well in advance. You're voting. The vote is secure. Do that then.
It's got to be more massive than that. You can't do one by one up at the county. That would take forever.
Well,
you've got to do what they do.
Yeah, but we
have
Democrats
people still had 50,000 mail-ins. We had 25.
They're still reluctant to do it. If you know the magic formula, other than screaming at these people to do it, I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, let me tell you something. As a former committee man, I can tell you. Do you know that independents asked me could they vote in the general election in a municipal general election?
Right.
And I say, well, of course you can.
Sure.
So the voters aren't that educated. They're really not. The committee people got to get out there and knock on these doors.
Well, I agree with that. Bill, what's your family today?
Oh, my family?
Yeah.
Oh, Sly and the family Stone.
All right, we'll put you down for that. That's right in the title.
Yeah, that's what.
We didn't play yet, John, so I don't forget. Let's play a little bit. I'll tell you when to stop. We can go a little bit longer. It's Christmas Eve. You have queued up, right? Baby, It's Cold Outside. All right, all-time classic hit, right? Yeah, here's a little bit of the song. I haven't seen The Dispute as much this year, but it's still always out there. If you've never heard it, is this a date rape scenario, or is this just a guy talking about the art of partnering up with a woman in a beautiful way over Christmas, and it is snowing, and it's cold outside? Here's how it sounds. All right. Is that Dean Martin version covering this or something? Who is that?
Yeah, it's Dean Martin's version. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a cover by Dean. Yeah, I wanted the original. That's okay though. Of Baby It's Cold Outside. It's a little bit more old fashioned. Dean Martin adds his touches to it, but you get the sentiment that's involved. And how in the world did that cause such a stir? Because the other side's looking to be offended, looking to take something that's a great holiday song and mess with it, to come up with Johnny Legend and that awful version of it. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That will get you in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do, you just push pound 1210. Merry Christmas. Your calls are next in a big hour left to get a winner.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
'Tis the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances, featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposely designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Okay, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. Side question today, the ultimate holiday. Under fire, Christmas. I mean, this is we need Joe of Exton. I hope he calls in here. We need a dissertation on Western civilization. You know, Scott Jennings, if you missed him with us, was just brilliant, otherworldly at the event we did out there in Phoenixville. But the book title, he anticipated this. It wasn't his editors or whatever. He did it. how Trump stormed Washington to save America and Western civilization. So today, on Christmas Eve, Politico, there's a Politico Europe. It's all one enterprise. It's one of the biggest political lefty entities out there. Their headline is How the Far Right Stole Christmas. How the far right is saying that Christmas is the marker, huge marker, or the marker of Western civilization. Of course it is. We didn't steal anything. You guys tried to do that. And then in recent memory, you have the radical Islamic presence putting pressure on this. And that's the end result. So much so that across Europe, I've looked at the last 24, 48 hours, public celebrations have giant police barriers and really armed police. Why? They're afraid of a terrorist attack fueled by Islam. That's what happens. So yes, and the defenders are weak in Europe. Trump is not saying, well, my mission is to defend Western civilization, but Jennings is right. His moves and the stuff that he does and the stuff that he does with America, that's what it comes down to. That's what we're up against. And imagine claiming that we're making this up, that Christmas is the marker of Western civilization. Of course it is. J.D. Vance the other day at the big Kirk event saying, may Christianity always be the religion of the United States. Now, you can say Judeo-Christianity, that'd be fine, but you get what the message is. And it is under fire. Not just something as simple as saying Merry Christmas, but the whole idea here in Philadelphia. Sherelle Parker is a religious person. In her church, would her minister and all say, oh, you got to say the holiday tree and the holiday celebration? Right across the street from where they did that, the lighting of the tree, is what? The Christmas Village. Remember that battle? Joan Krajewski, may she rest in peace. Tom, I don't have a cigarette voice. Of course you do, Joan. Come on. One of the all-time favorites. Fought tooth and nail when they try to change that big enterprise, which they do have nice stuff there. It is quite an event. The Christmas Village to the Holiday Village. What? So how do you call it the Christmas Village? Well, because we won that one. And yet they can't call it the Christmas tree and the lighting of the celebration of Christmas. Constantly. But that's petty stuff. Versus those that today are saying, how dare you? We're not going to let you steal Western civilization. Christmas is not a marker of it. Of course Christianity is a marker of it. Of course it is. And the more we try to secularize, so Jennings in his book, but I'll say it, I think the same way. On the one hand, in Europe, you have people that are secularizing, taking Christianity away, Catholicism in the main from France and Italy, taking that away. Meanwhile, they've imported a lot of people who came there for a better life and at least a better income that are Islamic, and they are fundamentalist. And in many instances, or significant numbers, they are radical. So you have that religion on full burner, and the left doesn't say anything about it, and they're trying to weaken the fervor of Christianity. You put those two things together, and you know who's going to win. And that's where Europe is. And Trump sometimes calls it out in his own way, the illegal immigration stuff associated with that. But that's absolutely what's at stake here. And Christmas is the marker, the big holiday that marks what Western civilization is all about. You can let me know on Twitter, too. I'm thinking of a side question. I'm just reading during the break. Eagles playing Buffalo. Trying to think of how I can couch enough. I don't know if there's enough things associated with Buffalo.
What's a wing flavor that you might want to have? Like a weird wing flavor.
But maybe upstate New York other than New York City. I'm working on that for Friday because that's going to be a really interesting game. And I will on Friday, post-Christmas, make my point when we play Buffalo of why the draft is so wrong. Who in the world in their right mind would want to go to Buffalo? Well, then, Tom, they won't have a team then. Well, I guess there's some cities that wouldn't have teams. Why should people be dragooned and told you must go and play in that city? I'm drafting you. That's socialism to me. But I realize people like socialism when it comes to pro sports. They like parity. Every city wants to believe they have a chance to be in the playoffs and all the rest of it. So let's make it all equal. It's not sports to me. Okay, 855-839-1210. You get on board. By the way, there is, so I don't forget, because I wanted to remind you about them. No Money Melody today. I hope we'll pick it back up on Friday. But I wanted to tell you that Navy League Philly, NavyLeaguePhilly.org is our sponsor each and every day. Love these guys, Tom Metzger and others. And if you were in the sea service of any way, Marines, Coast Guard, Navy, this is the group in Philadelphia that you want to link up with. You'll love the people associated, the men and women now associated with that. We did the Army-Navy game with them, more in the new year. Just go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org, NavyLeaguePhilly.org. Join them this year. We'll have a lot more with them. I love the camaraderie, the work that they do. A lot of good stuff, encouraging people to go into the military, the Navy, Coast Guard, et cetera, in the Delaware Valley. A lot of success. Please check them out if you have that kind of pedigree, that kind of background. All righty, 855-839-1210. You know, I mentioned a moment ago, imagine the first time that you saw Mickey Mantle. As his scout did. He wasn't even scouting him, didn't know about him. It was like, oh, my God. I don't know if Mantle hit a ball 565 feet, which we know he did against the Washington Senators. They brought in people. I had the woman on who wrote the book about this. But I remember the first time I heard this guy, it was Memorial Day of this past year. And I thought, oh, man, here we go. Zenos in Upper Darby. Hey, Zenos, first time we heard you on that Memorial Day, I went, oh, my goodness, this is going to be good.
Well, Dom, Merry Christmas to you, your family, and the whole crew, and congratulations to Robert. He's a tough nut to crack, but he's a good guy. I can feel it. Now, you were talking about, Western civilization and, with Christmas, and you're absolutely right, Dom. These people, and these are Christian countries, France, Germany, obviously Greece, a lot there, were the Orthodox faith. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to diminish our holidays, our traditions, our Thanksgiving. Now, let me say this. Here it is. It's our Lord and Savior's birthday, right? He's not even invited to the party. He's not even getting a slice of cake. What they're going to do is throw him out. And I'm very opposed to that, using the holiday tree. It's a Christmas tree. We say Chronia Pola. Chronia Pola means it's a holiday greeting, or Kala Christuyina, Merry Christmas. And that's what these people, they are trying to diminish. And you know what I feel? I feel like Odysseus coming back to Ithaca, and the place is upside down where they're trying to take over his kingdom. And this is what these people are trying to do here and in Europe, diminish Western civilization, which started in Greece and spread to Italy, all over the world.
Yeah,
And that's
you're the
the
perfect.
truth.
We have two heavy hitters, you with the classical Greek tradition, and Joe of Exton's on the line, Zenos. And you're right, the Greeks, that is the perfect example of the roots of Western civilization, rational thought, all those things. And this is what's under fire. We're not trying to steal Christmas. We own Christmas. You're trying to steal it.
They are trying to steal it, Don. We owe it. The Orthodox faith has not changed nothing since our Lord and Savior was put on the cross at the age of 33. We believe in that. That's why it's called orthodoxy. Ortho means straight up. I don't know if it's Latin or Greek. It means straight up. And we take them seriously, and they're trying to diminish that even in Greece, with the secularism and stuff like that. And they're doing it here, and I'm very opposed to it. It bothers me a lot. And one other question, Tom. What was Joe talking about, the Byzantine Empire? I've been trying to wrap my head around that.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, yeah.
What was about that? I think the Byzantine Empire started about 450 AD, and it lasted to 1452, which was a dark day for the Balkan Peninsula, because they mistreated us. If I told you what they did to us, the Turks, you would not believe it. You think I'd make it up.
Oh, my God, the fractured history here. Zenos, who's your family?
Okay. My family, I like that. My family is the Monsters. And I'll tell you why. They were all foreigners. And if you ever notice on the program, they were always pro-American. They were, not God-fearing people, but, they abide by the laws. If you look at their things, they're always something about pro-American. And what's her name? Yvonne DiCarlo. She was drop-dead gorgeous lady.
All right. Thank you.
Promo.
Please put that. Yes, send Henry right now. I know he's in sick bed. Come on now. You don't get better than that. We're talking Christianity, and Yvonne DiCarlo drop-dead gorgeous. All right. I got Joe of Columbus in the on deck, and then swinging Joe of Exton. I mean that, though. I wish I were there the first time to see Mickey Mantle. I think I would just freeze in place and go, oh, my God. No, that's not real, what I'm seeing in front of me.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure, anybody they were up and coming, they were not well known yet, and the first time that you saw them,
And imagine if he didn't play his whole career without an ACL.
Well, that's right, and alleged drinking and womanizing.
Right.
I think Babe Ruth trained better than Mickey. Well, that's pretty hard. He had 18 hot dogs and needed his stomach pumped between 2 games of a doubleheader.
Woof.
Yeah. Woof. So, Babe Ruth, pretty bad. There was a story of a train of Babe Ruth running naked through the train with a woman with a butcher knife chasing him. Probably that happened.
Holy
just saying. Yeah. Oh, yeah, these guys. I don't know how they lasted even 10 years at this kind of level. Right. Okay. All right. Coming up, no money melody today. We'll take more of your calls. We'll get a winner by the end of the hour. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210. Coming up, too, I'll play you Media Research Center. Good job. Some of the worst takes of the year. I played you already. Life coach Kamala Harris, the cackle. Coming up with something, do you want a Friday night guy or a Sunday morning guy? And she could have been president. Oh, my goodness. Can you imagine the material here? And the cackle is stunning. I mean, it's just, and again, if you want to be president, and she's driven to do that, she got close, you got to get rid of the cackle. You got to bring in experts. No cackling. 855.
Over $4,300 an ounce. Need cash to help pay holiday bills? Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Wednesday and get cash in your hands. Gold and silver, old rings, chains, and even broken jewelry. Don't wait. Cash in while gold is hot by going to the Estates Roadshow in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold. Bring your gold, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches, even broken pieces, and get cash on the spot. The price of gold is now around $4,300 an ounce, so there's never been a better time to sell. No appointments, no fees, no pressure, just friendly professional buyers with over 35 years in the business. Go to the Estates Roadshow Monday through Wednesday in Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel or in Cherry Hill at TMT Cash for Gold on Marlton Pike, just off Kings Highway and 295. Get some cash in your hands today to help pay those holiday bills at the Estates Roadshow. For more info, visit estatesroadshow.com.
Hi, everyone. It's Tom Giordano. Recently, I had the chance to chat with Christine Ambidi, the executive director for Navy League Philly, to learn about just how much Navy League does to support our sea service members.
We help support all of our local sea services, our youth services, our youth groups, our sea cadets, our ROTCs, junior ROTCs, our Coast Guard, our ships commissionings. We help support all of that. We're really there to support what they need, what their groups need, what the students need. So we do a lot of, for Coast Guard, we do the enlisted person of the quarter, we do enlisted person of the year, we award them, which is really nice for the Coast Guard side. And then for the youth groups, we help support them. So if they're going on a trip, so we've sent kids to different events that they're doing, we support their banquets, and we support and we give them awards for the great accomplishments.
You can do your part to support our Sea Service members by becoming a member for just $25 a year. Go to NavyLeaguePhilly.org to join.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
At least 2 people are dead after an apparent explosion at a Bucks County nursing home in Bristol. A Delaware State Trooper was shot and killed at a DMV near Wilmington. The suspected gunman was also shot and killed by a responding police officer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Now, Talk Radio Guidance tells me I should go to Joe of Exton next here on the Dom Giordano program. Merry Christmas after that classical rendition of the Turks and the Byzantine Empire coming in. But Joe of Columbus has the status as the communitarian he brings up all the time here on the show. And he is next. Let's go to Joe of Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Merry Christmas, Joe, to you and your family.
Same to you, Dom, and everyone else listening and part of your staff. I don't want to burst Zeno's bubble, but number one, Yvonne DiCarlo was not Italian. Number two, I believe she started off as a fan dancer. So put any kind of connotation with that as you want to.
Who would have thought on Christmas Eve we debating the public character of Yvonne DiCarlo?
And I love Zenos, but, I'm totally against Hollywood these days. They totally disillusion me,
Hey, Joe, I wanted to ask you, in case I do this, anybody you met, maybe or you saw them somehow or another up and coming, and you went, oh, my God, someday it just took your breath away. Mickey Mantle is the one I'd like to see. I don't think anybody ever playing baseball had more raw talent than Mickey Mantle across the board.
Well, when Mickey was in his prime, I was probably only about 3 years old. I was conditioned to love Mickey Mantle by my dad.
Right.
I had all the 8x11s of Yankees, Yogi Berra,
right,
in my bedroom. But to me, it was Ken Griffey Jr.
Oh yeah, well yeah, sure.
That guy did it all.
Yeah.
And the best athlete to me will always be Bo Jackson.
Oh yeah. That's
he was
pretty hard.
natural.
Well, not a modern athlete, but Jim Thorpe, they show up at the meet. What does this guy do? The one guy, he runs the mile. There are 15 events. What does Jim Thorpe do? Everything else.
Yeah, and Jesse Owens, he made his mark too.
Oh, Jesse Owens facing down Hitler. Now that's pressure,
Oh yeah, he was an island. He was all by himself.
Yeah.
And that leads me into my side answer. Perfect segue, Dom. Mine was, and if the main character, if she didn't come out of a convent, she could have been considered a homewrecker. And if you didn't watch this movie as a child, you were basically considered un-American. I know it had probably a little bit of a Rudy flavor to it, but you were considered un-American. And it was real defectors going over the Alps of Austria into Switzerland during the Hitler regime when Hitler took over Austria, and that was the von Trapp family.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. Great one. Have a great Christmas. We'll put you down for that. Drew in Upper Darby, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot, man. I appreciate it. Happy holidays to you and everybody in your life, man. Thank you, man. Hey, man, after hearing Zeno's, that was an incredible call, man. I feel so I feel so simple with my answer. Here I am, just a.
Well, I kind of remember that the first
yeah.
time I saw you at Mulligan's bringing an encyclopedia there at the bar, and I went, "Wow, this is amazing!" Yeah.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Zeno's. If I ever meet him, I'm going to buy him a shot of Metaxa 7-Star. I hope he's listening. He knows what I'm talking about. 7-Star.
Okay.
But hey, Dom. Hey, Dom, it's no secret how much I was a fan of the 1970s NFL. But when I was a real little kid in 1971, Archie Manning came out of Ole Miss.
Right.
They had an old theme song for him. He was like a folk hero, man. He gets drafted to a new franchise, the New Orleans Saints, and they were just a pitiful, pitiful team. And he never complained. He took the battering and he just kept on going. And I feel bad saying his family because I'm not a fan, but I envied him. His two sons went on to be, NFL MVPs, and Eli and Peyton. And what's ironic, the other son, who was considered the son with the most potential, never made it to the NFL. His name was Cooper. And I believe it's Cooper's son now. I could be wrong. I believe it's Cooper's son now is the star in with the money, with these college players getting the money. I think his name's Arch Manning. Like I said, I could be wrong. But the irony where the one Manning son didn't play was considered the greatest athlete of them all because of his neck injury. But and the wife, Mrs. Manning, Archie's wife, she's a beautiful Southern belle, nice woman, beautiful. They had it all. You never hear anything bad in the public about them. They never, did anything wrong. And I'm just going to go with the Manning family.
All right, that is a great explication on a family. That's what we're looking for. All right, he knows the Byzantine Empire. He is a guru. We know that he had an unusual job of being in a probation office greeting the parolees.
Right.
A convicted murderer, you're next. Come on in. And when we met him at the Don Jr. event, it was spectacular. It was the paparazzi were all over this guy. By the way, one of my best memories, well, that was really last year, but anyhow, it was the protesters confronting Dan and me in Collingswood.
Yeah, I remember that. I was there.
Screaming, "How many rubles are you being paid in?" It was hilarious.
Yep.
At the Don Jr. event.
They were chanting. Because before you got there, I got there ahead of you with promotions, and there was a small crowd that was starting to form. And then all of a sudden it grew, and the chants got louder and louder and louder. And I remember you went out there.
Oh, yeah. We have it. I think we have
yes,
it.
We do.
We have it in our stuff there.
Yep.
And the rubles thing came up
Yep.
constantly. They didn't engage with me. They didn't want to come on or talk or whatever. We would have more fun with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But Joe of Exton was there. Joe, Merry Christmas to you. Welcome.
Cue the theme song.
Yes.
Yes. Hello, Dom. And again, Merry Christmas to you. After I present my answer, I have some comments.
Sure.
But anyway, I lived in Italy for 6 years, from 73 to 79. And as I slowly became acclimatized, I began hearing the word La Familia continuously being articulated.
Mm-hmm.
And I finally realized that the Italian family is the central mainstay of Italy. At the time I was there, Italy did not recognize divorce or have divorce laws on the books. And as for Byzantium, Constantine was an ardent advocate of Orthodox Christianity. Unfortunately, Byzantium is now Turkey.
Yeah.
But tell Zenos to go see the film Never on a Sunday with Milena Mercouri. She wrote a book called I Was Born Greek. I'm fond of Greek culture and music. There used to be a program on Saturdays during the 80s called The Cyrus Family. The husband was Greek and the wife was Greek American. They had a show, a broadcast show on the weekends from Upper Darby where they played Greek music all afternoon. And boy, I loved it.
Well, Joe, thank you. And again, Joe, thank you for just being Joe of Exton. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much. Again, Joe of Exton is not an actor. He's not somebody in league with us. He's just a great, unbelievable find.
Absolutely.
And when Dan started putting the music under it and the whole thing, it's taken off. You know, somebody the other day said, and I hereby decree, we'll talk to Henry too. I think you were here, Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
He might not be the caller of the year.
Right.
Because he's quick.
Yes.
But he is going to get an Oscar for the Lifetime Achievement
You know what?
Award.
I was going to
Lifetime
ask.
Achievement.
I was going to ask, can he get, as far as Call of the Year, can he get like an honorable mention because he's the winner, like on that.
Yes.
Hands down.
Yeah,
hands down.
He gets the Lifetime Achievement Award.
I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree. He's awesome. He's great.
I mean, it is now some of the toughest. And if all these people come back that won previously or were runners-up, like Earl of Tacony, Scott of Mount Laurel,
right.
Joe of Columbus, who's been in there twice now.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it's going to be fierce in 2026.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, it's 855-839-1210. Take more calls coming up. We'll get a winner. We're here until 3 today. Just a little random fact, but I clipped this, even though it's Christmas Eve. New York Post today, nearly 30 Yale undergraduate departments, like English department, anthropology department, they have these 30 departments at Yale, 0 for 30, not one Republican faculty member, the Buckley Institute report finds. So 30 departments at Yale, they may have more, but these 30, not one Republican. And yet, these are the people that lecture us about diversity. And talking about Western civilization, we know it's not about skin color. It's not about outward appearance. It's about the person. And wouldn't this be one of the qualities of those persons that you would expect to have a few people who are conservative or at least Republicans? You can have Brian Fitzpatrick. You can have the Brian Fitzpatrick chair for rhinos at Yale. Take the biggest rhino, Republican, put him in there. Not even that. Not one over 30 departments. And yet, the lecture is on and on and on about diversity. All right. And I would argue maybe the best show on TV this year that's new. And it's somewhat my friendship with Scott Jennings. But I'd love to see it on Fox. They won't do it, though. And maybe people wouldn't like it on Fox. The 10 o'clock show on CNN has a lot of characters. They have Jennings. And they have this kid from the Midas Touch squaring off, 23-year-old with Jennings. I think America loves debates. And even, you can line up 4 progressives every night against Jennings. Because the conservative message is the winner. And their side has to strain and have the host help them in order to even get out alive. So that show this year, I wish Fox would put on one that actually, the 5 is interesting, but a show like that with people that actually differ and wild cards. Ultimate wild card is Geraldo Rivera. All right, phone lines. 855-839-1210. I'm looking at Stephen Moore today, too, explaining. Got to get him back on the show. Hopefully, EJ and Tony will be on Friday. The GDP booms, but consumer confidence is not. So that tells us not to get crazy and start telling people, well, they ought to just pay attention to the numbers. What it tells us is, and by the way, the inflation increase is only 2.5% in the red states. It's over 3% in the blue states. Big difference there. There's work to be done with convincing people, A, that you're paying attention to their anxiety here, and that around the corner, you are going to show them, as the big, beautiful bill and other things come into play, that they're going to be much better off, and that a little bit more time is necessary to eradicate what Joe Biden did. Those are all arguments that are plausible. Just continue to make them. and continue to show the progress. But I do give an A to the Trump administration on a multitude of fronts, going after everything that they can. And I gave you some small ones the other day, got a lot of response on that. Just ticket prices for events, that kind of thing. That all this is doable. Okay, 855-839-1210.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal. We win by keeping our family of employees working in the cold months, and you win by getting the best pricing we can offer with an added 10-year warranty and rebates. Manufacturer pricing is going up this January, so let's win together. Schedule an estimate today with CNC, your local Lennox dealer, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through the end of January. 0% financing available.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Partly sunny and windy for today. Dry for holiday travel with a high of 48. For Christmas Day, spotty drizzle in the morning, otherwise cloudy, high 47. But Friday's the day we're going to see some snow, maybe 1 to 3 inches. Could cause ice, high 33.
Happy Honda Days from Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. For a limited time, get financing as low as 0.99% for up to 60 months on select new Honda models. Shop online at piazzahonda.com today.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Yeah, she's no Yvonne DiCarlo, though.
Right.
I mean, imagine Christmas Eve, and I'm telling you, Xenos, the mind of Xenos. I'd love to see a duo, be a vaudeville act. Xenos and Joe of Exton.
I would pay money for that.
Oh, good.
we should do a politics and pints with them too.
Exactly. Just the name Xenos alone. You don't run into many Xenoses.
That is true.
Yeah, Danny in Wilmington, Delaware. We're big in Delaware, particularly Wilmington, Delaware. Hey, Danny, Merry Christmas. What do you have today?
Merry Christmas, Tom. How are you?
Good.
The family I was thinking of was the Robinson family from Lost in Space.
Okay,
I don't know how bad it could be that you would need your family then being lost in space.
Okay, yeah, Danny, we'll put that down. The Will Robinson, Danger, sure. Susan now, this is like hers, I think, is out of the Joe of Exton school. I know a good bit about them, but is a interesting choice. Susan, Merry Christmas. Thanks as always for joining
Merry
us.
Christmas.
Hey, by the way,
Thank
you were
Dom.
mentioned on the female side, since we didn't have any the other day, as one of the callers of the year potentials in the future.
Well, that's nice. I'll have to call more often.
Absolutely.
The Romanov family. So many stories, the mysteries, particularly the ones that were executed by the Bolsheviks, all the mystery surrounding Anastasia forever. And even when they did DNA, there's still people who claim that they're descended from her. In fact, when I lived in Charlottesville, there was a woman there she said she was Anastasia. I mean, maybe she was. It's interesting anyway. But the Romanov family.
Yeah, and then there's Chris Matthews comparing the Trumps, of course, to the Romanovs. I don't know if you remember. Yeah, Chris Matthews.
Well, he's so off the wall anyway.
Oh, my goodness.
Really
it's
pathetic.
even worse now. Thank you, Susan. The last time I had him on, I mean, he's a veteran beyond broadcaster. We had a problem. He just cursed a couple times. Not that he was that angry. He just lost his mind. Like, what business are we in? You're not on cable, Chris.
Right.
You know? Yeah, my hand was on the button throughout. Then there's Jimmy Matthews. Jimmy, if you're out there, come on. What happened to Jimmy Matthews? Bruce of the Northeast, we're still trying to locate. I remember when Jimmy had to run up the steps of the art museum.
And I was there for that, too.
Was it in a bathing suit, or what did he have to do?
He had to, well, basically, the bet was he placed a bet with with the morning show.
Yes.
If Trump won, he was going to run up the steps in boxer shorts. However, and run up the steps with a Killen Company flag.
Okay.
He didn't. He ran up the stairs, but not with boxer shorts. Basically, it was just like biker shorts.
Okay,
so,
that's fair enough. Okay.
But, yeah.
Yeah, and the Kale flag. That's
and the Kale
what we
flag.
want. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Jimmy, we used to miss it. He would call, the shtick was, now he doesn't do it.
Right.
You got to say former President Trump.
That was also one of the conditions as well.
Yeah, so it took away all of that from him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it started because of my criticism of Chris Matthews, and it just...
Actually, it was you and also Rich kind of was really like, they are having like a healthy debate about Chris Matthews and Jimmy Matthews, and it was going on for
I would say this: Chris Matthews is better than what they have on MSNBC.
I agree with you 100% on that.
It's just,
or actually, it's MS Now. Not,
and when he's on, he's a little bit more mollified toward President Trump.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 855-839-1210. The raging debate today: have tariffs impacted negatively the bourbon industry? Oh man, we don't want that. So again, the 4.3%, but consumer confidence reports are still not there. All right, so what do? Do you scream at them? No, I think you recognize, and more people are coming around to this point of view. President Trump recognizes that, continues, though, to lay out what Joe Biden did, how disastrous it was, how much time it's going to take, and come, say, February, March, people are seeing what's happening with their taxes. They are going to be very, very welcome. Also, we played you life coach. You might play it one more time if we have time here coming up. Life coach Kamala Harris and the laugh at the end of it. We'll play that coming up. And she defends that and says it's sexism if you mock the cackle that's going on here. It wasn't just the cackle, though. It was her word salad advice. Do you want a Friday night guy or a Sunday morning guy? And then the cackle, and then it's sort of, she does like a semi-cackle in here. Is that sexism? And that's why we think of males that have a bad laugh. I can't think of too many. I mean...
Oh, Kawhi Leonard, 100%.
Kawhi Leonard? That's pretty random, yeah? I have to
Let me find it.
Okay, all right. We'll play Kawhi Leonard. How's that for randomness?
Right.
And life coach Kamala Harris coming up. Let me take one more here. Randy in West Deptford. Hey, Randy. Merry Christmas. Hi.
Same to you, Dominic. I wanted to give you a suggestion on who I would have liked to have met just before he became famous.
Okay.
I'll set the scene for you. It's 1962. I'm wandering the streets of Liverpool, England, and I come across this dank cellar, and I hear this music coming out of it. And who does it turn out to be?
Beatles.
Liverpool?
Yeah.
The Beatles. Singing all their American rock and roll favorites. They're like 18, 19 years old.
Wow.
I get a lot of copies of their autographs for like £1 each.
Unbelievable, Randy. So looking back on that, did you have a sense they'd be that big?
I think when I first saw the Lynette Sullivan, they were so different, and the music was so good. If their music talent didn't dry up, they were going to be big.
Ah, okay. Well, I still think the Stones are the superior group. How about you?
As performers, yeah, but not as recording artists. Dominic, how many books have been written on the Stones? Compare that with how many books have been written on the Beatles.
Well, culturally, too. I mean, they change things without a doubt.
Yeah.
And no stations just play the Stones as they play the Beatles, I think, still.
Did you see them when the Stones were in Philadelphia a couple years ago?
Yes.
Yeah, they were pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, as performers all time. Randy, have a good Christmas. Thank you. I don't know if you would recognize them at that point and say, wow, this is going to be huge. Because you're making judgments on, with Mickey Mantle, you just see the raw stuff there in front of you and you think, this is not possible. How do we sign this guy? Back in the day, before scouting, before anything, you had to see it in person and you had to sign him. Anybody could sign anybody. That's how I think sports should be. Imagine how exciting. I see a producer like Kirk. I want to sign him. Greg Stocker does too. Greg Stocker's not beating me. What do I have to do to sign Kirk today? That's the way it ought to be, rather than all his contracts and corporate stuff and drafting producers. Right. No, that's not what we're going to do. Much better era.
Put me in, Coach.
Yeah, but Buffalo wouldn't have a team then. That's too bad. Philadelphia would. So what do we care? All right, coming up, we'll play you a little bit of Kamala Harris and also Kawhi Leonard's laugh. We'll see if it's deficient or not. We may have a whole new area of laughter to take a look at. Dom Giordano, Lightning Round. We'll play those before the Lightning Round. Then we have the Lightning Round. We'll get a winner today. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Between email addresses, social media, apps, this, that, and the other thing, I can't keep track of all my passwords anymore. I've had to write them down on a notepad and store them in a safe place. I'm tired of having to reset my password and then get the verification email and then go in and change it. And then they tell me that it's not strong enough. Can you throw a few characters on the end? How about a money sign? Oh, don't forget the capital letters. It's got to be between 8 and 12s. There's too many consonants.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2026 Lexus models are here and moving fast. The amazing team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, lightning round coming up here, but here is life coach Kamala Harris, Dom Giordano show. Then we'll see about Kawhi Leonard's laugh. Is this actually as bad as the cackle?
It might be worse.
Yeah, she's with a female podcaster, and they're trying to determine, do you want a Friday night kind of guy? The word salad, of course, is there too. Or do you want a Sunday morning relationship?
The important piece of this, though, for anyone who is single, who wants to be in a relationship, is to be kind to yourself and choose to be with someone who is kind.
Not bad.
That's really important. You know, choose to be with someone who allows you to laugh at yourself and them. Choose to be with someone who, you know, you like going to the grocery store together, taking a walk together, including doing something fancy together. You know, I mean, and there are different phases in your life, and depending on what phase you're in. Maybe you're going to choose that you want to have that kind of Friday night relationship, or you want that Sunday morning relationship.
Oh, man.
Sometimes they go together and sometimes they don't.
That's enough. That's enough of the cackle. So we got the cackle. Now here's contestant 2. Here's Kawhi Leonard. Clippers mainly played with all-time hand size and Sixers killer, Kawhi Leonard. All right. I don't think that's that horrible, yeah? Yeah, it's a grow up.
Dom, they remixed that laugh into a parody of the NBA on NBC theme song. That's been a meme in the NBA for the last 7 years since it came
let's hear
out.
it one more time. How about Kawhi? It's not good for a male. Okay. Okay. It's not the cackle. I don't know if it pops as much. I'll take your sports with NBC with that. Okay. All right, we got to get a winner here, though. Let's go to Chef Dave in Oakland. Hey, Dave, welcome in. What's yours?
Mine is Anne Frank and the Frank family, the ones who hid out in a attic in the Netherlands under Nazi occupation. They were finally turned in, and they were arrested, and she left her diary strewn across the floor, I guess, when they searched the place. And the people that were cleaning up the attic found it, never read it, hid it for her, hoping that she would return. It became one of the best-selling books of all time, helped millions understand human rights, empathy, freedom, and human rights.
Yeah, that is a great. I was wondering how they got it, Dave. Thank you very much. And Lance in South Philly, our last hitter. Hey, Lance. Merry Christmas. What's yours?
Thank you, Dom. I'm going to go with the Flying Wallendas.
Okay. Why?
You know why? Because to take your whole family across a high line, across a skyscraper, you're putting your trust in your family, as a family should be. You fall, you die. There is no exceptions.
Yeah, to come up in the family business, Lance, and stay in the family business. Wow, that's exactly right. That is a really good one. If you have a chance over the holidays, too, and I'll do more on Friday. The guy, though, that I'm still in, the Luendas, and I'm not sure how many did die, but the man on a wire, the documentary, I think it's a half hour, of the guy between the Twin Towers, surreptitiously. They got people in both towers, and they stretched the wire across between the two of them. I think he was up there for an hour. That's what the documentary says. Over 100,000 people down below in the streets. Can you imagine? I've only been to the Empire State Building once, took a look out there. That was enough for me. I'm walking back inside.
It's a one and done for me, too.
Yeah, and this guy on the wire between the Twin Towers. I don't know if you see clouds there when you're walking or whatever. How could you stay up there, if true, an hour?
I couldn't do it.
It's impossible.
I couldn't do it.
10 seconds, 5 secomes is enough. All right, good night, everybody.
Exactly right.
All right, Kirk, who did you like today?
So I got to go with a tie because.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with David, South Carolina, just because, not necessarily because he's the
YouTube thing, right?
YouTube, yeah, YouTube family. However, I'm leaning a lot more with Xenos, the Munsters, and Upper Darby, and so.
The call was promo material extraordinary.
Yep.
Send it to Henry.
I did.
Yeah,
I already did. I'm way ahead of you.
All right, John,
Got
maybe
it.
you can break the tie. Who did you like?
I got to go with Drew and Upper Darby with the Manning family. I think that's a great guess. And there's nothing more American than sticking with a bad team.
All right.
Wow.
I'm gonna go with Xenos today too. I think the call was good. The family was unusual in how he expressed it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Yvonne DiCarlo.
That closed it right there.
I got to go back and read more Yvonne DiCarlo. Hey, I'm watching Fox too, and we'll talk about this again on Friday. Bible sales up. Is this Charlie Kirk? Generation Z and millennials back to church. And the nugget from today, the great Scott Jennings book title, Western Civilization Under Attack. And today on Christmas Eve, and they'll probably do it on Christmas too, as I said, Politico on Twitter trending, saying the extreme right, the far right, the right, conservatives are trying to steal Christmas, trying to tell us that Christmas is the marker of Western civilization. It is, and in America, even more so. We know what it's about. We know all the elements of it, the secular and religious coming together beautifully. Both can be there. So wherever you're headed, whatever you're doing today and tomorrow, we are not reclaiming that. We always owned it. They don't own it. We do. And that's where the battle is. And that's how far, not every liberal, but progressives and people that are ideologues, Western civilization, even if they can't articulate it, is what's under attack. That's where they're going. And we're going to see with Mondami that play out unbelievably in New York. Can hardly wait for the new year on that. I will see you Friday. Thanks to Kirk and thanks to John for producing.
Thank
on
you.
A day that is a difficult day to be producing talk radio quirkiness with a host like me. Follow me on Twitter if you want that. Remember, you can't be nuts like Riccioli.
Exactly right.
You have to be quirky. There's a little touch
That's
of that.
That's the key
what
word.
You'll see.
Exactly right.
Eccentric. A little bit
That too.
eccentric. A little bit eccentric. And you got the touch. That's what makes it go. And thanks to everybody who called in today. Wonderful stuff. Enjoy. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. And we will see you on Friday. Maybe we'll do the Buffalo thing. Maybe that person when you first saw them. Rich Cioli Show next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't leave yourself off your holiday list. Receive the gift of 3% cash back on every purchase made this holiday season when using your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2026, earn 3% cash back on all purchases, from groceries, gas, and gifts to everything in between. Plus, get $150 bonus when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by the NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings